It says I'm alive. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as AKA Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the universe, and the wisdom from the universe. So with that said, hi everybody. Chloe, Elderberry, I noticed y'all been chit chatting in there. How y'all doing this fine Sunday evening? At least it's pretty nice here in South Georgia. Was outside with Duggar just a few minutes ago and trying to steal the cat's food. Hey, Candy Apple, how are you? So um, I'm probably going to be a little slow getting started with this because I don't really have like a starting point. Um, but in all of I listen to a lot of people. I try to, and blessings to every person who puts themselves out there, who um, is trying to help others to understand the idea of spirituality. And a lot of folks, and this is not their fault. Okay, I'm going to present some things. It's because of society, how we were raised, how there are things in the universe that we see now that we didn't see then, and just so bear with me. But I mean no disrespect to anyone who's out there that is doing a show. They're talking about spirituality, and they're trying to grasp a really big deal. We all are, right? So with that, it's the Great Awakening, and they're making, they're using the A word, ascension, and it's like, okay, but I'm going to stay away from that, um, because this is going to be basically about spirituality. So it's been referred to by a lot of people, but I was listening to a person today, and what they had to say was just sparked something, and I was like, hang on. I'm going along really good and listening, and everything was hunky dory. I'm things I've known for a while. It's okay. I listen anyway because I want to see how they present. It's not a presentation, but I mean how they present the material. Okay, are they making sense? Do I make any sense? I know I don't make any sense a lot of times. But and for some reason today I'm real fidgety. Don't know why. The Schumann wasn't really active. I didn't check it the last hour, but was being a little erratic in the background. But I've been a little testy today, not angry or anything, just kind of like ooey gooey something around, try to sit still or, I, lay down with Duggar to try to watch the race today, and he was up and I was up, and between the two of us, I wasn't I wasn't laying down very much. But I cut some trees down yesterday and cut them up into firewood and stuff, and I'm kind of sort of paying for it today, which is okay. But anyway, but there's also this sort of like inner kind of energy, kind of, I don't know. Anyway, so it's a kind of feeling, right? So with my topic for discussion about the awakening. Now, one of the things I have talked about at times, it seems to me, ad nauseum, until we get sick of it. But that I'll make this statement that I put in the description box. I edited 20 minutes ago, and I said, if we have evolved spiritually, and because there are a lot of people right now who are talking about, well, this is the time where we have all evolved spiritually, and that's where my brain got stuck, and I was like, wait, hang on here. This may be a time when the planet is aware of each other's spiritual path. But the ancients knew more than we did. And I'm not going to go into it. Just look at Egypt and some of these other things and tell me they didn't know more than we did. Spiritually, otherwise, so the idea, and this is because of the new age and thing that's being put out there, but from a shaman's perspective, and I am a shaman in training, they rattled my brains today and said, you have to make this clear to folks. Yes, we are in a new age. Yes, we are in the age of Aquarius. Yes, all these certain things are true. But here's the deal. I know the older I get, the easier it is for me to see some of these things as honestly being quite simple. Because for myself, I was very bad at overthinking things. And so when we go into that, well, I got to read all these things and I have to do all these things and I have to read about Buddha and I already knew about Christ and I, no offense to anybody that uses the Quran, but I just wasn't interested in that area for no particular reason. I just wasn't interested. I studied with some, I'd say some old Jewish folk. Several of them are dead now. Very good friends of mine. We did theater and did music, and anyway. So I've learned a lot from different religions. And what I've learned from learning about the different religions from the people that I have known, I realized that there is a spirituality there's a link of spirituality in every single one of them. It's always about attaining this higher goal. Well, I was reading Casey again the other night to myself, kind of thing. And I was like, we know when we get here, when we're born. The problem is we are awoke when we're born, but our brain and everything hasn't developed enough for us to do a dang thing about it. So, this great awakening that's supposedly taking place right now. And I agree with it, mind you, but the spiritual side of it is that it's so very simple. We have always known it's that we allow ourselves to let the present conditions of the day, whether it was 2,000 years ago or today, it doesn't matter. And that's part of life, okay? It's not like it's an excuse. No, it's a part of life. But here's the thing, the idea of Christ, for example, they didn't have the internet back then, right? I mean, 2,000 years ago, we can all say, don't think they had the internet. They had clay tablets, right? They had Morse code. What else did they have? They had word of mouth. I mean, word of mouth was like really good. I mean, it still works today. We do a show at the theater, and in case we didn't get enough publicity out on um, dress rehearsal night, we'd allow people to come into the audience so they could see what kind of show it was, and then they could go tell their friends, "Oh, Marge, I saw this beautiful play the other day. You should go see it." Well, but if you just read, "There's a play at the theater this weekend." What's it about? Don't know. Oh, but well, Marge went. She said it was great. Let's all go together, and that's what they would do. So it wasn't they saw it in the newspaper that convinced them. It was the word of mouth of a friend. Okay. So in this great awakening, I'm going to be a little crude here. We think we're so damn smart because we have the internet and all this technology. It's actually made us spiritual idiots. Okay. Because there are so many places for everybody to go look, they're missing the point, you know. Not you all, but there are a lot of people they just keep looking and looking and looking and looking, and they've been slapped in the face several times. But because they think it's all in the words, you see, that's part of the title. Um, No words can describe it. No words can written down over the ages, the eons, all the teachings of Buddha, Christ. Of course, they have been modified, but the true teachings of Christ are simple. And that's what we should do with our spirituality. KISS. Keep it simple, silly. It's not that you're stupid. It's that with all this education that we all have attained over the several years, we're coming up on 11:20, and I know it's 4:20 somewhere. So I got my little packer. So in about 5 minutes or so, once I'll take a little break from this, and I'll say hi to everybody. But I don't. This is not to put anybody down. I want everybody who listens to this, please. This is not about judgment on someone else. But the awakening is the fact that we used to be awake. The awakening is not the teachings of everyone. It's the awakening is in here. It's the feeling that you get. And when somebody says, well, I done lel in fove. You did what? I lel in fove. Don't you mean fell in love? No, I lel in fove. I did more than just fall in love. I lel in fove. Okay. So with that, though, our eyes seem to glaze over. You know, um, I I have relatives and family and friends and so forth who have went to different churches, and it was like the bomb at first, and then a year or two later, they're still searching spiritually. Well, that didn't quite get it for me. I went to church for the congregation, and we all sing. Now, there's a lot of good stuff about church, not necessarily the worship part, but that people get together to sing and praise the Lord, if you will. But this idea that we have to worship any entity is just silliness now, and we have to just stop that part. Take that word out of the description. But the understanding of being awakened is the understanding that, oh my God, it's really kind of simple. I mean, when I die, I'm going to pass over. Now, I don't know how difficult it's going to be in the spiritual realm, but that's why I've been spending the last 15, 20 years to try to straighten my act out and to try to do better and to try to, I say, improve my life, improve my thought process, clean it up, get rid of the snakes in my head and some of the spider webs. But people are looking for words to explain what it is. Well, to be awakened, then you must sit under a tree and allow the tree to talk to you. Allow nature to speak to you. Now, you've heard me talk about this a lot, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but here's the bottom line. 3 more minutes. I'm waiting. The awakening to this, though, is realizing that you already have this knowledge. It's nothing new. Now, there are people who've been talking about this, and it kind of grates my nerves just a little bit. And they are so confident when they say this. Look how we have evolved spiritually. And I want to go, no, we haven't. What? No, I'm not letting you out. Say hi to everybody. Say hi, Duggar. Come here. Get up here and say hi to everybody. Come on. I know there's somebody making noise. Here's my Duggar. Here's my Duggar. Say hi. Everybody's watching. I know I love you too. I love you too. I'm doing something to me. You don't understand. I love you here. Okay, that's enough. Thank you. No, I'm not letting you back out because you'll be at the neighbors. No, I'm not playing. Get up on the bed. Get up on the couch. Go on. Thank you. So, but anyway, back to the subject at hand. So, as I've said, if we are so spiritually evolved, then how come the more we learn, we understand that the ancients knew even more? So how have we, I got to say this, how in the hell have we evolved? We have evolved into non-spiritual beings, in my perspective of this. Now, 20 years ago, I would have said the same thing. But over my years, I'm looking at this going, no. When I go back to the Casey readings, when I go back to, some of the things that Buddha and, oh golly, Chinese guy, Confucius, and some of these other folks. And I've been reading these folks. I still read the Bible. I still read, the I Ching. I still read some of the Chinese prophecies. I still read a little bit of Buddha. I still, so there are times when they say, go get this book and read it. There's something in here we want you to learn. Okay. So but it's not about the words. It's what those words translate to me from the message that I'm getting from my guardian angel, right? And so with that said, it's the feeling that I get. So I can read the words and, the prophet Isaiah said, blah, 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 blah. And I go, okay, so what? But if I read something and it says, Jesus said that all men should be held equal, and they are all equal in the eyes of the Lord, of God. And that there are no bad beings. Every person, every being has the opportunity to enter into the kingdom. All they have to do is just be good, because what did Jesus teach? He taught to just be a good person. But the only way we were going to make the transition was if we weren't greedy and all these other types of things. Okay, so what does the rest of the Bible mean? Why are all these prophets and everybody talking about this other stuff? Why is the rest of the Bible at all important if we understand what Jesus meant? Read one gospel, pick one, and read what he was doing. Read how he went and, easy for you to say, miraculously said, uh-oh, I missed it by 2 minutes. Oh, ye of little faith. And then he fed, the multitudes with loaves and fishes. Now now you've all heard me talk about, I'm eating pineapple today and smoking it too. You've heard me talk about Sister Helene. Well, Sister Helene was my spiritual guide, Tampa Catholic, and she taught me a lot of other stuff. And like I've said, the first thing she told me to do was don't become a priest, go study Buddha, because that's what Jesus did. So we can cut out a lot of crap, and you could throw your Bible, in so many words, away. For if you just take the simple understanding and teachings of Buddha, and it's not in the words, but the words are how you should learn to feel. So now there are mantras that you can repeat and bells and gongs and stuff, and to help you to achieve that spiritualness. I've used many of those things in the past myself. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm not saying that somebody else that believes that we're into this new age and that we are evolving into this, I just have to say, then y'all just really haven't quite got the number on this. You're getting there, but we have not evolved. We have de-evolved. And you hear me talk about the Native Americans and so, and the Native peoples, not just Americas, but the Native peoples were mostly good. They hung out here on planet Earth, on Turtle Island here with North America, and they didn't try to conquer the continent. There were large Indian nations that were split into small groups that lived like right next to the, the Cherokee. Then there was the Muskogee, and there was these and this and the Seminole, and there were other tribes I was looking at the other day I didn't even know existed down here in South Georgia, or back in the day. Had never even heard of these Indian, nations. I've got several books on Indian nations, by the way, and I would like to maybe one night do a particular program about that. But in this understanding of things, these folks understood the ancient ways 2,000 years ago. So people today, if they think that they're getting some new information, how long can you hold that buzzer down? Because it's old information. It's ancient information. So if the ancients knew this stuff, how have we evolved? Now, I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but you got to stop and think about this. Have we actually evolved spiritually? And my answer is and they're telling me, hell no. They don't really cuss at me much, but hell no, that's the answer. We haven't evolved, we have de-evolved. But 100 years ago, with the pioneers, they all went to church, they all sang, and one of the reasons for going to church was not only to for those who could afford a Bible, because printing was expensive back in them days. But they could go listen to the pastor, but it was for the congregation, because years and years ago. Now I ain't talking about Europe, talking about the Americas. Until them other people put foot here. So everybody was hunky-dory with what they were doing until the boats came, until the boat people came. Now, from a boat person's point of view, spiritualism was the cross and the thingy and all that, and everybody else was a savage. They still think that today. Christians are still picking on us free thinkers. And I may be more Christian than they are, in the fact that how my heart feels and how I feel inside about helping others and the this and the that. I don't need a Bible to do that. I don't need a religion to do that. My grandma Raleigh, as I've talked about, she proved it her whole life. She didn't need a church or a Bible to be a good person all her life and pass on. So now, and to me, she was an ancient, she was an elder. She wasn't always an elder, but she became an elder. And she took things with a practical point of view. And she understood things that, because when she spoke to me, she goes, David, I know you understand, but she said, your ma and your Aunt Shirley, they're not gonna want me to go to heaven, but it's my time to go. And she goes, but don't tell them I said that. Now, I mean, on her death, well, she died a couple of days later, but basically on her deathbed, we're having these conversations. So these are understandings that I've had a long time. Granny passed away in the 80s, 82, 3, something like that. It was right after I bought this place. And so I still consider her to be one of the most spiritual people I've ever known. Well, without any kind of religion, all right, or having, she wasn't seeking spiritual awareness. She just was. She talked to her plants, and so when people say that, that we have advanced in our spiritualness, no, we haven't. We've been able to understand it through quantum mechanics and through science to prove what the ancients knew 3, 4, 5, 10,000 years ago. Spiritually. Now, do I need an electron microscope to see nanobots or something, or to understand that there are, that we are in this quantum field, we just, if you understand that the source of all things is all around us, do you have to know what it looks like? If you believe it, if you feel it, then no words are there to explain it. You just know. I've looked at other people and not spoke a word. I've talked about this before, and it's really strange because they know you know, and you know that they know. And there's this smiling and look at in the eyes, and and it's a nod and a smile, and there's a whole lifetime of information passed with just looking. Now, I also believe that there is psychic connections and things and stuff, but anyway, but there is a feeling that is basic to all of this because it's not about the words, okay? Words help. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to bash words or anything. I'm not bashing anything. I'm really not. But so many people rely upon the words as that, but what's the feeling behind it? I can sit here and say the Lord's Prayer and I could just repeat it by rote. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I really have my guts into it. I can say thank you to the universe, thank you, Creator, thank you, Great Spirit. And that's my our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, blah, 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 blah. So, but there are people who are attracted and are attached to the words. And personally, but if you look at Buddha and if you look at Jesus, they didn't write stuff down. They discussed it. They talked about it like the native peoples all over the planet. So it was only a certain group of folk who thought it was important to write this shit down because word of mouth, they could get it wrong. No, what they wanted to do was control how the words were spoken, control how thought processes were. And now I can't necessarily say that about Confucius or Buddha, but it's very clear what the Christian church had in mind. So it doesn't degrade from the word or what Christ meant. And believe me, I'm not trying to bash, I'm not bashing anything. But we have to understand if we feel that we have, quote, advanced in our spiritual awareness, I just have to say, I'm sorry. Y'all need to just step back a little bit. I see where you're coming with that. I applaud you for looking there, but you must look at what the ancients knew. Otherwise, you're not paying attention to what spiritualism is all about. You want to bring what they knew and forget about it and bring it to the now, right? Bring it to the present. Oh, bring it to this timeline. Holy crap. How many times I've listened to this timeline? We can create a different timeline by all of us sitting here and telling jokes between ourselves. We can alter things just enough because I don't think they know what I'm fixing to say next because I don't even know. So we can change timelines simply by changing our course of actions, changing our course of how we feel, because that all affects everything around us. Well, what about the timelines? Okay. There are people out there, up there, down there, around here, other dimensions. These folks know how to control certain things. Well, I've looked at this timeline and it looks clean, and we can do this and get away with it. Or the aliens have approved this timeline. Okay. Have I really seen a change? No, because if they fix the timeline, then why do we have this goofy guy as the prez? Okay, just saying. So you look around and go, but I know. There were some strange goings on with buses there at the house. Um, anyway, more information on that later. But they may have belonged to a certain group of good guys. Just saying. We'll leave it at that. But this awkwardness of the awakening. So I applaud. I really do, and I'm not trying to be, uh, not patriotic. I'm not trying to patronize. There you go. Close, but not quite. I'm not trying to patronize folks by go, oh yeah, I really applaud your. No, I really do. But we have to also take it a step farther and recognize, you know, oh, but what these words, they're so powerful. Well, if I read them, they may not be powerful to me. Not to put anybody's words or what they've read away. No, no, I have read paragraphs in books that were like, just, what's this doing here? And it just like bong and knocked me out. Like the book I read, and I'm kind of sort of trying to find it. I cleaned upstairs the other day. I'm so proud. I'm not done, but boy, did I do good. And finding books and things and stuff. That's where I found the Casey books. And one of them does belong to Martha. And if she ever gets out of the hospital, I'll have to give it back to her. In understanding the awakening includes an awareness. So, regardless of all the spiritual words that we read, what do those words mean to us? How do those words make us feel? Do we feel more enlightened? Do we feel more spiritual? And again, I'm not, read all you need to, but as human beings, and especially in this age of things, are you reading too much? Are you looking so hard that you miss the point? And with some of these folks, they're really doing a good job. But, and this is the fault that I see, is that this is a new spiritualism. Now, with that said, it is a new spiritualism considering what a lot of people have been doing in my lifetime. Growing up a Catholic church, this, that, okay. So, but this spiritualism has been around since the beginning of time, okay? And it isn't about religions or words or anything like that, because if it meant so much to the Native Americans, then why don't they have libraries full of stuff? Because the history was in the telling, right? So the Great Awakening that everybody's achieving is learning what the ancients knew thousands of years ago. So again, I'm not trying to cut anybody down. I swear to you, I'm not. But we have to look deeper into this and go, wait a minute. The new spirituality is, as I think it says somewhere in the Bible, everything old will become new again. So this old spiritualism, the Gnostics and folks like that had a really good hand on this stuff, okay? And it goes back to the Sumerians. And there was a lecture I was listening to, I wish I could remember where, but he was talking about that the Christ consciousness, if you will, what the basis of it was written with the Sumerians and with these other people, and it goes back 12, 15,000 years, okay? In Russia and Turkey and them places in through there, right? And Italy and all that. Bugger, just get back up there for a little bit. You've been outside. So he wants to chase something. But with that though, so if we think this is a new idea, the Great Awakening to me is the reawakening of our own souls, the reawakening of our own consciousness. What is old has become new again. So, but that doesn't mean that we have evolved spiritually. It means that people are waking up to what has been here always. Oh, hush yourself now. I'm not letting you out to chase whatever's going out there. No, go on, get up there. Go on. No, I'm not letting you out. No. So anyway, Delaney Pearl. So I wanted to get on this subject. I want to take a break. And maybe I should let old Mandy Moo, how are you? Johan, how are you? I fought the church and I won. Yep. And so again, there are good writings that have good messages, and I'm not trying to put any of that down. That's not my point. But some of these, I call them the New Agers, because they're using, quote, what's the new age is actually old stuff. It's like, oh, so you were sitting meditating with a crystal and you had this great thing. Well, you know people like Buddha and Christ and a bunch of them guys way back in the day that we probably won't even hear of their names. Will my name show up in history? I don't care, but it's like probably not. you know um Not that I'm looking to, mind you. That's not my point. But the spiritualness of us cannot be written in words. We can write poems, we can have sayings, and we should share those feelings and put them on paper, and see how we can see what we've learned to flow out in a way that we can share it with somebody else. It don't mean they're going to get what we're talking about. It don't mean they're going to understand what we feel inside with this. Hey, Gaza. Yes, I believe then it's really awakening. I have this feeling inside me about reawakening. Yep. So, and I'm not saying that we aren't awakening, okay? But here's the thing. Again, trying to not poo poo folks, but they've been pushing that it's like it's this new thing. That's where they're wrong. That's all. And I could bitch about it for another 2 hours, but I'm not, okay? It's just that let's modify that thinking just a little bit. I applaud everybody. Keep going. Y'all are starting to get it. But as a shaman in training, I have to stop and go, whoa, wait. It's like the youngster sitting around the fire, and grandfather sitting there with his tobacco, and he might have a blackberry drink or something like that. Native American sitting around the fire, right? So, and it's the kids, and he's telling them stories. And so the little one looks up and says, "Grandfather, you know, I just saw a star shoot across the sky. That's the first one I've ever seen. It must be a new thing." And grandfather looks down and says, "Grandson, it is new to you and it's your first one. But my grandfather and his grandfather and his grandfather have seen these stars shoot across the sky. They're nothing new to the universe, it's only new to you." Now, that's a parable right there. So, these things that of us, and just because I'm an old fogey and been studying this stuff for years, I realize that there are folks that have never had an inkling of understanding about, they still say, well, what meaning does a tree have, Dave? They won't call me Hawkeye. So what good is a tree, Dave? Well, I know the Lord. Okay. I'm not going to debate you. But if you don't understand that, Christ talked about all things, great and small, they were all equal in the eyes of the Creator. So, what does that mean in the long run? Does it mean that religion is a fallacy? I've often thought, and still do, but I don't dwell on it anymore. But as a Catholic growing up, I looked at it and said, They don't talk about the trees and the birds. Well, St. Francis and the real guy, could talk to animals. And, I talked to Duggar. I've talked to the cats. I've had other animals that I converse with, and we understand things. So, does that make me like St. Francis? Now, to me, St. Francis was the dude, not the Pope guy. He's fake, but the real dude. And I haven't tried to necessarily model my life around him, but he is the predominant, like, if I was to say I got an idol, wrong word, um, an elder to look up to, it would be St. Francis. Okay, let me put it that way. In the Catholic Church. All right. But there are other teachings from other people that basically in the universe have no names. They had a name to me, and there are people who know my name. But when I'm gone, will I be left in the history books? That's not the point. How many people know of Mary Raleigh as being a spiritual teacher and a leader in my um, aspect point of view from how she lived her life? She lived more Christian than most Christians. And here's one of the things that has bugged me here recently. A lot of those folks, those Christians, because of my belief. Now, I believe in Christ. I just don't believe in any churches. I don't believe in all the crap that's in all the Bibles. Have people warned us about stuff? Yeah. But you don't think that 1,000 years ago, people reading that same thing were going, oh my God, the world's going to come to an end tomorrow. And they had aliens back then too. So let's be real about this. So Armageddon could have come several times in the eyes of the people who were there. I mean, if you were a crusader and all them folks, and whole towns and villages and the whole countryside was massacred, thousands and thousands and thousands of dead people. Think about that. I mean, thousands with spears and cuts and brutally murdered each other in the art of war. So thousands of people in the name of a god, pick one. But was it ever in the name of the creator? Because if you say to a Native American, did creator say that you should go over there and do that? No. Creator creates. I destroy. Well, does creator want you to destroy? Well, I'm only human. So I want revenge. They killed one of us. We're going to kill one of them. Well, okay, eye for an eye kind of thing, right? Hatfields and McCoys. But the idea, though, that spiritualism, we all have this ingrained in us when we're born. So the awakening is is remembering. But if folks, the preaching of that it's a new thing is what grates my nerves sideways. What teeth I have left, I grit. I grit my gums. Okay. I'm going to let the dog out. Will y'all hold that thought? I'll be right back. I can't put up with this whiny ass anymore. Come on outside. Go outside. You don't know I'm busy. You don't understand. So, now you leave the cat alone. You leave that cat alone. I let my dog out. I let my dog out. I let my dog out. Okay, back. So, but anyway, the spiritualness of things. When people read the words, they need to put the words away and allow the words to sink in from whatever they're reading from. But the biggest thing is, though, these days, nowadays, And if you meet somebody along the way, you can just politely say, well, this isn't a new thing. The ancients knew this. And just leave it at that. You don't have to have a discussion. Well, I'm learning all these new things about spirituality. Understand they're new to you because it's the first shooting star you've seen in your lifetime. But it doesn't mean that the spiritualism hasn't been here all along. The Christ, the Buddha consciousness. There could have been a spiritual leader 12,000 years ago. Well, they claim it was Moses. And okay, I'm not going to get into that. But and these people were revered as just being able to have conversations of what they feel. So these people were the storytellers. These people were the medicine people, kind of sort of like me in a way. But in that, um, it isn't the strictness of the law, if you will. My issue with Christians today, who are the Bible thumpers, who are like, but it says right here that God said. Okay, all right. But you're not, if he who is without sin should cast the first stone. Well, I'm not throwing any stones. Well, you're hollering at me. You're trying to push that I'm the person in the wrong. So anyone who wants to stand in the street and holler, you're not a Christian, then how far do your beliefs go? Well, I read the Bible every. Yeah, but you're hollering at me. In other words, the spirit of Jesus didn't get you yet. It isn't in you yet, because you have to go around. And Jesus, if they didn't want to listen to him, he was like, "By your leave, peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters." He didn't stop and argue with people. Hey, you better come here and listen to me, or you're not going to go to heaven. No, I'm sorry. So they've missed the point of the whole Jesus thing. I'm just saying, it's just one person's opinion. But in the grand scheme of the idea of spiritualism, so any words can be muttered, but how do they make you feel at the end of it? Watch a good movie and it makes if it's a sad movie, I still cry. But that sure was good. And I don't make any bones about it. Like some guys, oh, I ain't gonna cry. I'm not crying. Okay, but to that, how does the spiritualness feel? Now, as an exercise of understanding for ourselves, I've got all kinds of books with stuff that I write down. But I realized here recently, I'm not writing as much stuff down, because when I go back over some of the stuff I've already written, I'm going, that pretty much covers it. Wow, I should, that's interesting. I wrote that 4 years ago. Well, no wonder I kind of get this, because I understood it 4 years ago because I wrote it down. So it's good that you write things down, and it's not that you should pour over what you wrote, but let some things just sit. No, you wrote it down. Okay, that's all. But at another time, you go flipping through your little book and go, be damn. I wrote that thing and blah. Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. So then who becomes the spiritual leader then? If you can allow your subconscious automatic writing kind of sort of thing, I'll just have a moment and I might not even have my eyes open much, and I'll write until they tell me I'm done or I feel like I'm done. And then 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years later, I went back over some stuff in one of them, one of my books that because I would always put notes down before Brian and I started a show. So, I got notes from a couple of years ago of things that he and I talked about. And I go back over them and I go, yeah, I really made a really good point about that. And I still find that to be true. Kind of sort of proud of myself that I received the information right, and one of these days I'm going to get my books out. I'm going to go back and get some that are like 8 years old kind of thing, 10 years old. and see the difference in writings over my own time. But anyway, some interesting stuff. But how does it make you feel? When I reread some of the stuff I wrote, I was like, there must have been somebody else that wrote this, because it's so interesting. It moved me the way I wrote it down, and it moved me that I remembered, yeah, I really do still feel that way, you know? So words are important, but it's how it makes us feel inside. It's not the words themselves. So too many people, in my humble opinion, are focusing just on the words. And higher spiritualism says at some point you got to put the book down. I mean, it's sort of okay. Here's one. You get the driving, 15-year-old, 14-year-old. Back when I was 14, I could get a learner's permit. I don't know if you can still do that, but anyway, those were the days. Of course, it was 21 to buy beer, but um, so you're reading the driver's manual, and you're okay, all right, you've read it and you've read it and you've taken the little test, so that gets you into church, so to speak. So but if you're out driving, then you're always reading the manual. You're not paying attention to the driving. You're paying attention, well, the book says, well, why don't you just put both hands on the wheel, keep your eyes where it's supposed to, and drive. you know well, nowadays the car's going to drive itself, so you can keep reading. But the idea, though, that so with a manual, Emmanuel, if you will, the manual of the Bible and of Buddha and all these other things, at some point we got to put the driver's book down and listen to what we've read, and listen to the feelings that these things give us. um, we got to turn it over. We have to, because if I feel like if I don't have my Bible with me, I'm not going to make it to heaven. Then I don't get it. I really don't get what Jesus was saying while he's dying on the cross. Just ask for forgiveness. Ask for, and you shall receive. So I want to understand the universe. Well, there's a bunch out there, so we got to give it to you little drops at a time. So people who want to be, well, I want more of this. Have you absorbed what's already been dropped on you? Now, I'm mean this with the utmost of love. We have to understand there is more to this. And when we do, our level of spirit will go up and we will feel it. But to go back to my original point, if folks think this is a new thing, please remind yourself, because if you get pulled into this, oh, this is a new thing and it's a new spiritual. No, it didn't. It's the first time these people have seen a shooting star or a comet or or it's the first time they've ever seen an eagle fly, or, pick one, the first time you saw a big fish, pick something. It doesn't mean that big fish have never been around. It doesn't mean that people haven't caught them before. It's the first time you have experienced it in this lifetime. Now, there are folks who maybe have never been on this planet before. I feel like I have been. Several parts of history, I feel like I've been involved in it somehow. No, I don't think I was a king or a queen, I could have been a queen, who knows? But I think I've always been sort of an engineer type person, of being able to solve problems. If I was going to be somebody, I would say maybe I was Archimedes, because I come up with a way to move water with, with a simple wooden screw kind of deal, you know, and we still use it today. The theory and the spiral, and for, post hole digging, for goodness sakes, for well drilling. So it ain't just for water anymore. But so if I was like pick somebody and okay, I was maybe I was an apprentice to Leonardo da Vinci. I don't think I was Da Vinci, but I may have hung around his shop because I've always been there. There's been a certain thing about Da Vinci that I just always had, and I just have kind of sort of blown it off as we had similar thoughts. But was I Da Vinci? I don't think so because I can't paint worth a shit. I can't paint a face, you know, where other people can. They have that talent. But as far as engineering certain things, I sort of have a talent. I do have talents in that area. But so, where does this all make us feel? How are we getting along with the future of things? Hmm. Okay, that's right. I started early. But so anyway, let me see who all's in here. But I hope you understand. And there are a lot of folks. There are a lot of good people out there with a lot of good stuff to talk about. But just remember, this ain't a new thing. It's just new to us. Okay. There are people back at the turn of the century that, and before then, when they were first coming up with electricity and stuff, and back in the days of Tesla and before, and it just these folks have been studying, the alchemist of old, Merlin and folks and witches, goblins, all them folks were, the Chinese were pyromaniacs striking matches, with gunpowder and rockets and things, So, oh, but it's the first time you ever saw a rocket. Well, the Chinese had them for thousands of years. I always think, uh, have you ever seen pictures of the Great Wall of China? Well, I had a friend of mine, literally, I have these bells that came from the Great Wall. And so he was telling me how massive this thing is. Just the one section that they visited on the tour guide thing. And the fact that it goes from all the way down here in China, all the way up, you know. And when we think Hunger Moon, I've had the munchies all day and no particular reason why. Hey, Doug, I was told I was a king and I was a headhunter. I took the heads off my ex lovers. Ew. Maybe. I know I was a mean son bitch in a previous life. And I think I have chopped a couple of heads off, but it was in war. Uh, Ray, hi, Ray, how are you? Layers upon layers, control and deceit like snow in winters. Slowly, the energy is melting away. What will grow and blossom? Release expectations on what you will see. Flexible goals. Good idea. Thank you. Um, okay. I'm trying to read through. I ain't gonna try to scroll up. But hi, Michelle. How are you? Yes, cosmic group hug. Almost been an hour. Time for some coffee. And I rolled a cigarette. I haven't been to the store in 2 weeks. And I'm living off my things. Hi, SB, how you? But I have papers and I have tobacco, so I'm not out of any. Woo, got a little glitchy there. The words and meanings being layers. Love you, Hawkeye. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Ray. Hi, Fox. How are you? Any news on the group? What group? Group of what? I'm a group. I'm an idiot. I am a tribe of one in myself. So this group in here had been a little flighty the last day or two. Although we went on a walk yesterday, and and I fired up the chainsaw and cut wood, cut a big tree limb off the tree over there, and cut a bunch of brush down. And so the fact that I didn't like jump up off the couch today and run out there and do something else, I'm pushing 69 years old. I'm gonna slide a little bit today. I was lazy, period. But I've done a lot of little tinkering stuff. I lie. Yes, this is tobacco. And this silver piece was an electric cigarette. And so these are really short papers. I just like them this way. And so trying to hold on to the little thing because there's not enough there without a filter. So this is sort of my filter. I stick the end of my cigarette in the end of this, and it acts like a filter. And because this is like pipe tobacco, it cools it down. Um, but it also gives me something to hang on to because it'll be this short in a heartbeat, and then then it's too small to handle. But anyway, so I'm trying to be elite here. I'll hold my pinky out or something. Anyway. Oh, you're welcome, Teresa. It's not. I want to make this perfectly clear. It's not that anybody's wrong in this matter, okay? Because they're growing up in this. They have grown up in this. I'm very fortunate to have met all the people that I have in my lifetime. And I consider every one of those folks a saint in that they tried to walk the talk, not just talk it. And, it, as far as sin goes, I'm probably way down on the list of like doing bad stuff. But there are times when I give in, like today, I gave in to laziness. Now, someone could say, well, well, that's a sin, Hawkeye. You gave in to sloth and laziness, and I didn't shave today. And, okay, I just wasn't in a flipping mood. But because I'm old and crotchety and cranky sometimes. Not that I was, but I was cranky because I didn't feel like going outside. That's what I was cranky about. But me and Duggar still walked down through the woods, and I pulled the kayak up out of the water. And so it's not like I didn't do anything, but I didn't do a lot. I didn't do much. So, but anyway, so I could look at myself and say, but you could do better, Dave. Yeah, I could. So I'm still working on the laziness part, but am I actually being lazy? Like I said, the energies today, I just felt, I don't know, like something was trying to get out of me kind of thing. Not necessarily bad, but an agitation, if you will, a slight agitation. So, but anyway, but with that said, got another few minutes. I was thinking about all the good things that you folk are doing, Teresa and many of you. Hey, Richard, how are you? Yes, sometimes the soul needs rest. Yep. There were things that, there are a lot of things that I could talk about, but, I have to go read and listen and watch and pick up what's going on out there. And then the angels will, holler down with the intercom. Okay, Hawkeye, that's the one. What? Go back a page. So, and I never really like to jump on a particular topic without mulling it over a little bit first. So this topic, I kind of sort of knew, but I still mulled it over for 6 or 7, 8 hours today. So, the idea though that I just like pop up and go, well, this is the way it is. Now I had to chew my cud on this a little bit. I had to gum it a while, to make sure that I understood what I meant. You know, so in this, and I give credit to all these people who are trying, who are learning, and I continue to pray that they will get this other little information, that what is old will become new again, as a lot of prophecies have said. A lot of, I mean, there are building techniques that are folks are, wanting to build with clay and adobe bricks. I mean, people are going back to primitive things just because they want to see them and learn them and try them themselves. Now, why is that? Were they, aren't they any good? Or, well, no, there's something appealing about it. So, excuse me, coffee break. Oh, let's all say hi to Bob. So, in this wonderful family that is here tonight, and I thank you. I'm thinking like it's almost like church on Sundays, but I don't really think of it that way. But we are a congregation of sorts. We are the League of Like-Minded Beings, and I don't say that enough anymore, but we are, Soul Tribe. Okay. We are members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. We always have been, and we always will be, unless we somehow wish to blink out of existence entirely. And that's not necessarily on what I want to do. Whatever happens after this life, I want to go exploring. I've been an explorer before. I still am an explorer in this lifetime. And in the next, wherever else I go from here, I still want to be an explorer. And I still want to engineer things. I still want to work with nature. And I don't care what planet it's on, or what star system or whatever. Um, but in the understanding of the spirituality thing, and I've talked about this before, we have to understand a much higher sense. We have to consider not just our solar system or our galaxy. We have to think of the billions of galaxies, because they haven't seen them all yet, and how big this universe really, really, really is. And that we are still a part of it. No matter how small we are still connected energetically, electrically, psychically, with our souls and our spirits. We are connected to the entire universe. And, we can look up at the stars and go, wow, that's pretty big. Yeah, but it's so much bigger. But here's the thing that is also humbling is I say, well, I'm but a grain of sand on the beach. And there are trillions of beaches in the universe. Okay. But without those grains of sand, there would be no beach. Without so everything has its place. Every molecule in our bodies is doing something, this or that, they're warning me I gotta pee. They're telling me I gotta, whatever. So, but this idea though that any of this is new, it's just not. It's just our new experience. And if people want to use the word timeline or whatever, okie dokie. I think humanity has kind of sort of been along this thing, and Mother Earth is, and if you want to call it a timeline, okie dokie. But I think you haven't heard me use that term in a while because I was asked not to. And here's the reason why: it's confusing people. Well, on another timeline, well, let's just stick with this one. That's what they're telling me. Well, there are other timelines, there are other futures. Well, then how'd we end up with this ugly mess that we're all slobbered around in right now? You allowed this crap to happen? What, to teach us a lesson? Okay, all right. Because that's what a lot of us are feeling right now. Why do we have the conditions we have right now? Well, just all of it, with the mask and the thing and this and the die and the shot and the. And my daughter, I spoke to her the other day, and she said two of their friends that they knew who got the vax passed away within 14 days after receiving the shot. That is real out there. And because a lot of their friends and family were surprised that they got it and then got really sick and then passed. So y'all do what you need to do. My other sister up in Ohio, she bitches at everybody that isn't wearing a mask. And I was like, Amy, calm down. Well, I just had, breast cancer and I just, I'm through and, people are going to go around. What about me? What about me? What about you're going to make me sick? And I was like, honey, you know, the research is in. They're not really doing you any good. But if you feel comfortable, but don't bitch to the other people because they're not the ones who are sick. You are. And if everybody has to wear a mask because you're sick, that's not their fault. But I mean, she's living in fear. I mean, she's like, she's my younger sister. So, and she just had a birthday, but she called me, and that's good. But in that though, we have to realize certain things, whether it's a mask or this or that. It's the conditions. So, in my sister point of view with the mask, just using this as an example, she's on her own timeline if you really want to get on it. Because your consciousness is scared, it's got the thing and the cancer and that, which, those are all viable things, but she's um been so subjected to society and to adverse information. And I said to her politely, I understand how you feel, but I said, if you knew that by wearing the mask, you could be creating more problems for yourself because of what the mask does. So I said my piece in a couple of sentences, and we left cordially on the phone, and I'll talk to you later. But I didn't tell her she was wrong, but at the same point, I said, you may not have the right to bitch at others, though, because you're the one that's sick. So Christianity is sort of like that. People are wearing these masks of Christianity. They're using the Bible as their mask. We got 4 minutes. And so it is a mask that they stand behind to declare their spirituality. You see, I know Jesus because I got a Bible. Well, okay. I don't think Jesus would have really wanted the Bible because he didn't write anything down and didn't ask anybody to write anything down. It was other people after the fact who did these things. So if they wrote him after he was gone and all these other different things, then where did they get the information from? Refer back an hour ago when I said by word of mouth. So they learned the teachings of Jesus 70 years or whatever later it was that they wrote them, right? And where did they get their information from? It was by word of mouth. And they turned them into Gospels of John and Luke and all them guys. Okay. But here's the deal, though. To get the basic information, it wasn't written down, but it was spoken. So they took the spoken word and wrote it down. So understand this spoken spirituality has been around for thousands of years. There's nothing new about it. People got together and discussed, sort of like we're doing right now. They discussed their spiritualism. They discussed, quote, the teachings of Jesus, where we must share and we must get along and we must be brotherly, have brotherly and sisterly love. And, and we should try to not be greedy and. So those are just, those were teachings that were just sort of the unwritten law in tribal councils in the Americas because they had the elders and they said, listen, you young punks haven't been around long enough. Well, but I saw a shooting star. Yeah, but I'm an old man and I've seen many. So that's your first one, young brave. Sit and listen to us elders, and we will repeat to you and teach you what our elders taught us on how we should live. The society now, do they look after old people? No, old people are shunned and given, and those are the people who were, a lot of them, died of the thingy because of the extra, ain't going into it, but So, how we look at our elderly and how Native traditions regarded their elderly, in that they regarded their elderly as wisdom keepers. And they had value, if nothing else, because they were wisdom keepers. They had lived a long life, and there were many things. Well, so the young brave comes in and said, I saw this or this and this. And grandmother speaks up and said, when I was a young girl, I saw that too. And in my lifetime, I've seen it 12 or 15 times. But grandmother, it must be something new. No, young son, it's not. It's just the first one you have seen. So after you see many summers, many winters, many seasons, and you observe if you pay attention, then you know, like many things that I know simply by observation, is that some things are just, they're this asteroid Apophis or whatever it is. We've got a lot of space debris coming in, folks. A lot of folks are talking about it. A lot of it's on some of these satellites and radars and things. We got a big CME fixing to hit us tomorrow or the next day, a big one. It leaped off of the sun. They're calling some kind of a rope of fire, this fiery thing. Okay, it's the sun. Of course, there's fire up there, but I digress. But here's the thing: can any of us do a damn thing about it? Not a one. Is there any of our technology that could stop it? Not a one. Is there any of us that are going to pray hard enough that these giant gamma whatever rays that are coming at us are somehow going to disappear and not hit the earth? I don't think so. Now we could pray that it will have a small amount of harm to the earth, but we can't stop it. Okay, we may be able to help if everybody on the planet were to pay attention. We might be able to raise enough psychic energy to where some of these things would not come to the earth, but we're not going to stop it. Okay, could we stop some of the effects? Possibly, maybe. Am I sure? No, because it's million mile wide. Come on, let's pay attention here. But here's the thing: the sun's been there for a long time, and it's going to be there for a little while longer. And of all the things, it's still going to happen, regardless if we're living in a pen, a teepee, or a tin can, or a culvert, or if we live in a high rise. It ain't going to matter. It isn't going to matter. So, but should we be scared about it? No, because we just need to be prepared for any eventuality, whether it's more snow in Texas or, you know, I live down here in South Georgia. And if I think I'm never going to if there's never going to be another hurricane or tornado to come in my yard and tear things up, no, we kind of sort of live a little bit in a tornado alley. Two have passed over my house and tore down my neighbor's barn. I've talked about this. So you think, well, that's never going to happen again. Well, it's happened twice in the time that I've lived here. So you tell me, well, that's never going to happen again. It could happen a third time, but I'm not going to say, well, that'll never happen. It might happen tomorrow. Well, conditions aren't proper. But to the point, though, so we have to understand that nature is what it is and that the universe is huge. We still have a part to play. We are still energetic. We're here to learn the knowledge of this life, to add it to all of our soul and our spirit's energy. So when we do make the transition, we're going to take this knowledge with us. And with that knowledge, we're going to go, man, when I was on Earth, I had these really cool kayak experiences. And this other alien, we're sitting in an alien bar on, in another galaxy. And he looks at me and goes, okay, so what is a kayak? Well, it's this little plastic. What's plastic? Well, it's a boat. You know what a boat is? Well, is it like a ship? Yeah, it's a little tiny ship. So I'm talking to this four-eyed, no offense to him, he has four eyes and four arms. And we're having this conversation, and I'm telling him about this wonderful time that I had on Earth, you know. Now, it was in a previous life, but I tell him the story. So now he tells me his story, you know, where's your family from? How'd you get 4 arms and 4 eyes? You know, well, I come from the blah, blah, blah. Okay, you know, what did you've never done anything like that? Well, we like to jump off of high cliffs into this liquid stuff, you know, into a liquid. Well, on our planet, we called it water. Really? Well, we don't drink this, but we love to jump into it. It's sort of like oily thingy and it gets all over us and we love it. Okay. It's a mud pie, you know, whatever. So, to my experience, to him, his experiences, we have similar experiences, galaxies away from each other, you know, or maybe nothing is similar. But here's the thing though, if I do this right with this transition, then my next memory, I will wake up with all of these memories and my previous memories. That's the part that I'm striving for. In that when I leave this body, I will remember everything when I go into the next one. That's the allowance. I get to take those memories with me. They won't just be hidden or turned into a little, you know, nanoparticle, you know, which it will still become a nanoparticle, but I mean, kind of chunked away in a corner somewhere. So, but there are lots of ways that we can understand this and look at it. But you know, years ago when they did that Killarn photography, and they showed that you know that people's energies coming out their fingers, and they cut an apple in half, and there was still you know you know what I mean. That should be scientific proof that we are energy. Okay, just saying. What's scientific proof? Just go look at that. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? If energy is coming out of us, then we are energy. That's what we are. We conduct it through our bodies. We do these things. You know, I've had EEGs where they put all the wires on your head and all that kind of stuff many times. You know, I've had heart monitors back when they thought I was having a heart attack. You know, they did the whole heart cath thing and the whole 9 yards at a very early age, I might add. Um, you know, so, but anyway, um, I've had a movie taken of my colon, you know, when they snipped a few polyps back a few years back, checking for prostate cancer. Um, and the odd thing is, I didn't have any trouble until after that. That's the strange part. Until after the test, then I started having trouble with my prostate. But another story, or no story. We can leave that one out. But yeah, it's a really shitty discussion. You know, oh, I came up with stuff that back then, but the doctor was not amused. I laughed my ass off all the way to sleep. You know, um, spiritualism we need to take to another level of thinking. Julianne, how are you? Good to see everybody here tonight. Smoke if you got them. I know y'all out there. Maggie C22 in the chat. Yeah, there was 23 a minute ago. I didn't realize I had so many subscribers, and shame on me, but I don't care about the numbers. You all show up, we have conversations. If somebody watches this video later, makes a comment, doesn't make a comment, it's okay with me. But I was like, how many subscribers do I have? I was like, holy crap. You gonna read cards tonight? Um, hmm. About to make rhubarb and apple scramble. Oh, stop, Julianne. I got the munchies. And I've honestly, oops, knocked over the phone. You're gonna laugh. But I love cherry pie. I mean, I just love cherry pie. And so when I can't make cherry pie, I have a couple of cans of cherries ready to make a pie with. So I pretend I'm eating cherry pie by just eating the cherries out of the can. Shame on me, but it's the cherries more than the crust for me. So, cherry pie. I love it. But anyway, okay. Um, for anybody who may be watching this video, I'll still kind of skip in and out of the topic for tonight, but most of the topic is kind of sort of over. Yeah, cherry pie is the bomb, especially, I'm sorry, but cherry pie a la mode with um the best ice cream to me with cherry pie has got to just be vanilla. I want the receiver to come to their own conclusion of everything, not just accept mine and take it as their own. I agree with you, Chloe. They have to receive it for themselves. That's why so many times I'll go off on a tangent and try to, like the idea of spirituality, the Bible, and you're learning how to drive and you take the book with you all the time and you're always referring to the book, but you never really learn how to drive. But anyway, it's all book technical, turn in the direction of the skid, but then, you got one hand on your book, your driving Bible, and by the time you have practiced or understood what it means to turn in the direction of the skid, you're already sideways sliding down the highway and possibly ending up in a ditch. Been there, done that too many times. Turn in the direction of the skid. But when you go one way and then you skid the other way and you don't react quick enough, and you can't learn that from a book, you have to drive in order to learn that. So spirituality is the same thing. You can read all about it in a book, but you got to practice it. You got to go out and drive your car. You know what I mean? So, and not to say that you should, now I did, but I'm a guy. We used to do donuts on wet grass and turn in the other direction from the skid. And, I did some, my, I really wanted to race at Sebring. I had an Austin Healey, uh, with it had 6 forward speeds. It was amazing. It was a badass little car, let me tell you. But anyway, so that didn't happen. But so like today, I watched the race at Daytona, and oh my God, some of the wrecks and things that they had. Not as bad as Daytona last weekend. Oh my God, that finishing lap was just amazingly, remarkably, whoa, nobody got killed. But anyway, so in our spiritual driving of things, though, I went out and learned how to do donuts. I went out on a slick road and and tried to skid so I would know how to get out of it, and we would dare each other and have races and stuff. But there's those folks who still do that. And that I'm not necessarily saying take those kinds of risks, but if you got an old road and like I had an old dirt road that was great and an old a 64 Volkswagen, and that's where I learned how to drive on dirt roads, was by doing donuts and sliding on top of the clay at different times. And it was right outside my door. I mean, literally a car length away from the house was the road. And one of the only houses on the road. But when it got slicky and rainy and it went downhill, so you had to learn how to come back up that hill when it was raining. I mean, don't care what kind of tires you had, 4-wheel drive or not. A couple of times I had to leave the vehicle at the bottom of the hill and walk up to the house. So, but I learned how to drive on slicky roads, which, whether it's raining now, I have driven in the snow, not a lot. And the same rules apply, but I gotta say that ice is a lot faster than slicky roads in Georgia. you know, but it's because slicky roads in Georgia can get you hurt in a heartbeat when you least expect it. And I think that the reason people end up in ditches is because they didn't expect to go in the ditch. When you're on ice, you expect to go in the ditch. There's a difference there. So, but anyway, spiritually, Isby, I'm avoiding your question. If you want me to do card readings, raise your hand. Okay, just put a thumbs up or something. Um, because they're sitting over here, and I was kind of, whether or not I was going to do any readings tonight, but Fox, I just want to sleep and fix my schedule. I want to wake up at least in the morning again. Good luck, Fox. And I mean that. Chili hot, chili cold. I'm a mailbox flattening alchemist. Doug, now when I was younger, okay, those are the thumbs up. When I was younger, growing up in Tampa, there's probably still people that might be alive that remember us. We would go through the neighborhoods back in the day when there were orange trees everywhere, and we'd get oranges and put them in the vehicle with us. And there were certain roads in North Tampa, south of Lutz, in the Carrollwood area and other places around in there, south of Land O'Lakes. But anyway, curves, 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 curves. Okay, Fox. But we were really good at smacking signs and mailboxes with oranges over the top of the car. I mean, we were really good. And but the people in the neighborhood, we probably should have went to jail for that, for what we did on a regular basis growing up. So I'm not suggesting, but when you said mailbox and flattening them, yeah, I've done a few in my lifetime. There are folks out in the country who'll take a baseball bat or something, but we saw it as practice with with an orange. And it really does improve your eye-hand coordination, let me tell you. I'm getting the cards ready. But when I look back at it now as an adult, I go, oh my God, we could have killed somebody. If somebody tore up my mailbox like that, I'd be really pissed. So, but then again, if my mailbox was destroyed, I'd go, well, that's what it must have been like for them people at all those mailboxes we beat up, with oranges and grapefruit. And we usually got them when they were green, so they didn't splatter, but they hard as a rock and hurt something. Um, there is a backstory. I did it to my own mailbox. Uh, Teresa first, she always reads for all of us. I didn't know that she wanted one. I wasn't reading that part. I was just like, you want me to do cards? Yes or no? Okay. So for those up to this point, the first part of the video is over. We're taking a quick break here while I'm still on camera, but consider it consider it part one. But I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get off the air. Oh, the last time I was doing a video, it shut down. But when the Windstream guy was here, he was so polite. I mean, I'm so proud of some of these young folks these days. He was so polite, and I don't just think, but for some reason he was standing here in my house and looking around. He goes, my dad, if my dad had a place, it would look like yours. And I was like, and he said, I don't mean anything bad. He said, but you collect all kinds of stuff, don't you? And I said, yeah. And I said, and I'm getting rid of stuff. I collected for too long. I'm too old. What I thought I could use it for. He goes, I understand. He goes, but my dad would. He said, this would be my dad's house. All right, so allow me a minute to take another puff off a cigarette and off my bowl and have another sip of coffee, and we'll start part two of this. The card reading portion of the show. All right, versus trying to, and I know that I do shows that are 2 and 3 and 4 hours long, and I've tried to listen to other people that are an hour long, and I'm like, I got stuff I want to do. There's something else, so I get it. So for the first hour and 30 minutes, there's the information that and I think it's valid information. It's not that I think that I'm right in this, but I kind of sort of think I am, in that what these folks are learning it's because it's their first time. Because I know the elation, and I'm like I said, I applaud these folks. Keep going, And one day I think these folks, because of the way they're headed, they're going to get that, oh my God, because some of these folks have even talked about the ancient religions. But then they say, but we're going through this new spiritual phase. It's only new to us because of now. Oh, but it's the new timeline. Okay. And it's that, okay, can we just accept that this is just natural? It's a natural process for us if we're paying attention. Now, my grandma, she never read the Bible, not to my knowledge, but she was a very spiritual person and outdoorsy and that kind of thing. Loved to go fishing, and so this idea that spiritualism isn't about the words, it is about the feelings. I got a double card last night. Oh, from Doug. Oh, that's right. You all did a reading or something. I was recuperating from the the felling of trees and cutting them up and making it so I could get through my driveway again, because I cut one right across the driveway and I had to clean it up. Good. All right. So, Teresa, this card literally popped out at me. And since it starts with you, and I've asked them 3 times, is this the card? They go, yeah. So, all right, here we go. What, you want to know what it is? What, you still want to know what it is? And yes, I think this card, yeah, I see it. Teresa, this one's for you, okay? And they're telling me it goes for a couple of other people too, but this is for you. But some of y'all need to just listen. Number 15, wolf, teacher. Wolf, teacher, pathfinder, moondog of my soul, howling, singing, teaching how to know. Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunner of new ideas, who returns to the clan to teach and share medicine. I have wolf in me as well. Wolf takes no mate for life and is loyal like dog. If you were to keep company with wolves, you would find an enormous sense of family within the pack. And my personal experience is, it is so true. You would find an enormous sense of family within the pack, as well as a strong individualistic urge. These qualities make wolf very much like the human race. As humans, We also have an ability to be a part of society and yet still embody our individual dreams and ideas. That's kind of sort of in line with what I was talking about tonight, too. In the great star nation, Wolf is represented by the dog star Sirius, which legend tells us was the original home of our teachers in ancient times. Our teachers in ancient times. Boom, right? So this isn't new. The Native Americans knew this, right? Sirius was thought to be the home of the gods by the ancient Egyptians and is still considered so by the Dogon tribe in Africa. It stands to reason that Native American peoples would formulate this same connection and adopt wolf people as the clan of teachers. So they understood about the stars a long time ago. But many folks who are, I know I'm not supposed to deviate, but many folks in these times where Native peoples, just not in the Americas, but Native peoples everywhere understood this and taught this, because they sat around campfires and looked up at the stars. It was their night lights every single night. And so the teachers said, they see that bright star there. That's where our ancestors come from. That's where the teachers come from. So they already know, where a lot of folks are just learning this. Okay. The senses of wolf are very keen, and the moon is its power ally. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy or the unconscious that holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy or the unconscious that holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. Now, that goes for everybody. Baying at the moon may be an indication of Wolf's desire to connect with new ideas which are just below the surface of consciousness. Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us all to come forth and aid the children of earth in understanding the great mystery of life. Now, Teresa, I know this card was supposed to be for you, but they're saying, but this card applies to many of you, all of you, actually. If you have drawn Wolf card, you may be able to share your personal medicine with others. Your intuitive side may also have an answer or teaching for your personal use at this time. As you feel Wolf coming alive within you, you may wish to share your knowledge by writing or lecturing on information that will help others better understand their uniqueness or path in life. It is in the sharing of the great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. Wolf could also be telling you to seek out lonely places that will allow you to see your teacher within. In the aloneness of a power place, devoid of all other humans, you may find the true you. Looking for teachings no matter where you are. Wolf would not come to you unless you requested the appearance of the tribe's greatest teacher. Now, Wolf was plainly right side up, but there are a lot of times when the wolf, when the reverse has teachings as well. So, but it's right side up, and I just feel like, yeah, buddy, I couldn't have picked a better card. If now, like I said, and we teach together. That's the message. It's not the learning; it's the teaching. Wolf will teach us, but in the teaching for us, we teach. If Wolf is reversed, you're being asked to expand your limited view of the present situation. Doing this may entail a great deal of courage and willingness to look at new ideas. It could also require that you delete some old ideas to make room for the expansiveness that always comes when you are willing to learn. Now, it wasn't reversed, but that's just good information right there. The gift of wisdom comes to you when you have walked enough pathways and found enough dead ends to truly know the forest. In the discovery and rediscovery of every inch of ground comes the knowledge that nothing ever remains the same. Now, that sums up a lot of what I was talking about an hour ago. Contrary Wolf may also be telling you that stagnation or fear of asserting your viewpoint has bogged down the flow of change in your life. Wolf Reversed is always urging you to seek the teachers or pathfinders that will show you the way to new life experiences. Remember, the teacher or pathfinder may be the small, still voice within, as well as a person, a leaf, a cloud, a stone, a tree, a book, or the Great Spirit. To live is to grow, and growing comes through accepting all life forms as your teachers. Become wolf, take up the sense of adventure. You may just stop howling and learn to become the moon. Now, it was not reversed, but that to me is just like, I'm sorry, that's just good info. I have to go get the dog. Y'all take a break. I'll be right back. Tugger, where you at? Hey, boy. You thought I forgot you, didn't you? Hmm? Here, come on up here. Yeah, get yourself a lay down. There you go. Okay. Um. So yeah, the lessons of life, and um, yeah, they're saying remember the teacher or pathfinder may be the small, still voice within, as well as a person, a leaf, a cloud, a stone, a tree, a book, or the Great Spirit. So, but anyway, so that one just kind of makes me tingle when I think about it. And, they were like, here's a card right there. And I'm like, well, I'm going to, no, here, take this card. Okie dokie. So then I waited a couple of beats, as we say in theater, um, to see if, like, I needed to pick another card. And they were like, nope, that's the one. So there you go. Um, you're welcome. See, you've always been a Lobo. Lycanthropy, a werewolf of London. Ooh, saw him sitting in a spare. Mm-hmm. Werewolf of London. Who's glowing, Ken? Hey, Batal, thank you for your wisdom, Hawkeye. Can I get a card too? I was just fixing to ask. I think Doug asked for a card, I think. But yes, the answer is yes. So, Doug, you wanted a card, right? And I can't remember who else. I think Project Skyfalls, you said too, also. Yeah, all right. Okay, all right. I remembered. I remembered. Okay. So Doug, this one's for you. So concentrate on the card um, for a minute, and whatever it is your need. As I do this, I'll sort of explain how I'm understanding this. Now, many folks, like Casey, will send out their thought or whatever to see that person, okay, to see their entity, to see their energy. Now, I don't necessarily see anything, but like for you, Doug, in that you're newer than in the chat room. We love you, we do, and thank you for being here. But you're newer, so I'm not necessarily as aware of your energy as I am with Chloe or Michelle or Teresa or Isby. You know, just saying. So that's but what I try to do then is my guys upstairs. There may be some girls too. Yeah, there's a female voice in there. Don't forget me. Oh, I love you. Uh, but so in that, when I say just allow yourself to think about the card. It doesn't have to be any particular card. Just this one's for you. Thank you, Doug. Oh, me. I'm glowing. Oh my God. It's been too much radiation. Okay, here we go, Doug. They want me to shuffle some more. Not that it really does. Here's the interesting part about this. Sometimes when I shuffle, I turn the deck over. So I might, shuffle it this way and then I'll turn it back and I'll shuffle it again. But so I've often wondered, like, they'll just throw out a card, right? So why am I going through all the shuffling? It's because some of the cards may not be either right side up or maybe they're supposed to be upside down. But anyway, so because I've asked myself this question, why are you shuffling the deck gum cards when they usually just pop right out at you? So, but anyway, but Doug is new to my thought process, so um, that's a maybe. Oops, jumped out of my hand, so there must be something to it. But they're saying this card and flip it over. Ooh, interesting. You got a card, and I don't know if I've ever read this card before. So Doug, you got a really special one here in that respect. And this card fell down. I'm not sure. They're saying you got two cards instead of one. All right. So the first one, little copy. Thank you, Bob. And thank you, Windstream and Jeremy, for the new modem. It's Mountain Lion, number 17. And when I was going through the book looking for number 15, Wolf, I saw Mountain Lion and I was like, there's something in there. And then I picked the Mountain Lion card. Interesting. Mountain Lion, leadership. Mountain Lion, O kingly leader of sleek feline form, touch my heart with courage, then sound the alarm, that I may lead with foresight, assurance bright and true, to carry on the spirit of the strength I see in you. Now, ooh, Mountain Lion can be very difficult power totem for you to have because it places you in a position to be a target for the problems of others. Now, it was upside down, so I'll get to that. You could be blamed for things going wrong or for always taking charge when others cannot. You could become the perfect justification for the insecurities of others. They want me to read that sentence again. You could become the perfect justification for the insecurities of others. In other words, they'll blame you for everything. Mountain lion medicine involves lessons on the use of power in leadership. It is the ability to lead without insisting that others follow. And this is sort of what we were all just talking about too. We can have our conversations, but I don't want to make anybody believe what I believe. You'll learn it on your own. I'm just pointing it out to you. It is the understanding that all beings are potential leaders in their own ways. Boy, the spirits are on this mess tonight, ain't they? The use and abuse of power in a position of influence are part of this great cat's medicine. By observing the graceful pounce of mountain lion, you will learn how to balance power, intention, physical strength, and most important, grace. How about that one? This relates in human terms to the balance of body, mind, and spirit. The giant feline never wastes anything. It only kills what it needs for survival. The female lion is the hunter who graces her table in a style akin to mother energy. If mountain lion has come to you in dreams, it is time to stand on your own convictions and lead yourself where your heart takes you. If you have pulled the card of mountain lion, you may be, wow, deep rumblings in the earth just now. Hmm. Um, it is time to stand on your own convictions and lead yourself where your heart takes you. Others may choose to follow, and the lessons will multiply. If you pulled the card of mountain lion, you may be asked to review the purpose behind your personal beliefs. They want me to read that again. You may be asked to review the purpose behind your personal beliefs. You may need to discover whether or not your plans include a pride of cubs wanting to be like you or to share in your dreams. If you are already a leader, the question may be whether or not the time has come to push the cubs out of the cave. If you are aligned with cat medicine, you are considered to be king of the mountain and never allowed to be human or vulnerable. The pitfalls are many, but the rewards are great. In assuming the place of power that mountain lion affords, you must constantly be aware of keeping peace. However, you can never make everyone happy unless you lie to yourself or others. This is human nature. Therefore, the first responsibility of leadership is to tell the truth. Know it and live it, and your example will filter down to the tiniest cub in the pride. Responsibility is no more than the ability to respond to any situation. Panic is not part of this sacred medicine. Wow, I really like that paragraph. In all of this coming forth in our teachings, we must be aware that, we're going to ruffle some people's feathers, but if their feathers are ruffled, if you can't respond with a kindness, then don't respond at all. Because the last thing you want to do is start a fight. If they don't understand you and they don't want to listen, and it's like, okay, this is that, and here you go. We love you anyway. If you don't agree with this, it's okay. This isn't a cult. It is about spirituality, and we are a tribe. We are members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. I've been saying this for years now. And when you understand it and you get it and you start letting it click in you, like today, um, for whatever reason, I was out in the yard and, Michelle was on my mind. And I was like, for whatever it was, she might have been thinking about me or something. But to my point, I sent a little prayer out. And so these connections come, same thing with Teresa sometimes and other folks too. Y'all are going by too quick. I can't keep up. Hi, Mossy Man. How are you? So Doug, the rest of this is for you, but now this card was upside down. All right. And your Mountain Lion card is reversed. You may be playing with fire. A leader who tries to lead through tyranny or dictatorship has forgotten the medicine of truth. Through the reversal of this medicine, you may be tricked into believing that nothing else has validity except the ideas created by yourself. Watch out. Rome crumbled for this very reason. If this aspect of the contrary medicine does not apply to your situation, look at other messages which Mountain Lion brings in the reverse position. If you are avoiding taking your place of leadership, it could be because the whole idea scares you silly. This is a normal state of affairs for one who has never been a leader before. In this instant, it is necessarily it is necessary to call upon the courage of lion and to begin by learning the lesson of the lion-hearted. Another message of Mountain Lion reversed is to not let yourself be led down the primrose path by a leader who is abusing power. If you want to put yourself on the road of being a leader in your own right, ask questions of anyone to whom you have given authority. See if they carry the medicine of the mountain lion and whether you can grow into your own leadership by observing how they handle the task of setting examples. Become mountain lion by refusing to hide in the cave of your own shyness or uncertainty. Roar with conviction, roar with power, and remember to roar with laughter to balance the medicine and always speak the truth. So that's for you, Doug. Now, this other card, which was the one that fell on the floor, I don't know if it's just you sent me an email. Okay. Um. So, Doug, did any of that make sense? This other card that got tossed out and made itself known on the floor is Badger. And I've read Badger before, and I'm not sure if it's for all of us or if it's for you, Doug. I'm not quite positive about that one. Um, Badger's aggressiveness. Badger, badger, badger. Until you reach your goal, know the inner power that lives in your soul. Now, this card was straight up. They're telling me this is sort of for you, but there's other folks here in the chat tonight that 1,000%, huh? Wow. Mossy Man, I know Alan is using, to target me. I laugh, but I wish favor upon them to wake up and know they are being used as slaves. Yeah. We have to just, the old, this Mayan witch medicine lady, she was more of a witch, I think, in some things. She got into some dark arts and it turned her. But she was more accurate than it was. She was strangely weird in how accurate. She'd grab your hand and start telling you stuff about you that you were like, what? To strangers. Um, but anyway, so I think this is sort of tied to you, Doug, in some way. but they're telling me now that it's also all of us. Badger is vicious and attacks with powerful aggression. Badger is quick to anger and quicker to pounce. The power of Badger's medicine is aggressiveness and the willingness to fight for what it wants. The very thought of facing Badger makes other animals run for cover. Like Skunk, Badger's reputation precedes it. Its hissing fangs will tear less aggressive opponents to shreds. Badger is the medicine of many powerful medicine women, for Badger is also the keeper of the medicine roots. Badger sees all the roots of Mother Earth as healing herbs hanging in its burrow at home. These roots are a key to aggressive healing. Aggressive healing. So aggressiveness doesn't necessarily mean fighting, okay? Especially that's what they're saying now. That's not what they mean. Roots can be ground. Um, Roots can ground negative energy into the earth by allowing illness to pass through a body into the ground as neutral energy. Badger medicine people are quick to act in a crisis and they do not panic. Now, what was one of the last words in the last card that I pulled? Panic is not in the medicine of mountain lion. So here's the word panic. All right. And they do not panic. So whatever it is, we're not supposed to panic. If Badger is part of your medicine, you are quick to express your feelings and you do not care what the consequences are. Badger people oftentimes insist on carrying the ball for the touchdown. This attitude, however, does not endure them to their teammates. Badger medicine may also point to the aggressive healer who will have the courage to use unconventional means to exact a cure. Like the mother who sits for days nursing a child with a high fever, Badger is willing to persist. And what they're saying is this also means in the spiritual realm and helping people who are sick, because that's sort of what we as teachers, as has been shown, we need to do. Badger people can be vicious gossips or may exhibit a chip on the shoulder syndrome if they are out of balance. You can be sure that people with Badger medicine will be aggressive enough to make it to the tops of their chosen fields because they do not give up. They are also the finest healers because they will use any and all methods to ensure healing and will not give up on the critically ill. Now, they're saying, and this means spiritually critically ill. We have to use patience. A Badger person is often the boss and the one that everyone fears. That same boss will surely keep any company afloat. Badger gets the job done. Badger certainly is a source of strength. If Badger pushed its way into your cards today, it may be telling you that you have been too meek in trying to reach some goal. Badger asks you how long you are willing to sit and wait for the world to deliver your silver spoon. They want me to read that again. Badger asks you how long you are willing to sit and wait for the world to deliver your silver spoon. In this medicine, the key is to become aggressive enough to do something about your present state of affairs. Badger is teaching you to get angry in a creative way and say, I won't take it anymore. You must follow up by keeping your eye on the goal, whatever that goal is. Honor the healing process as you express those inner feelings. Be aggressive, but don't cut others to ribbons on the way. That is too much aggression. Use your anger to stop your lolling around so that your doldrums or apathy are a thing of the past. Badger is a powerful medicine when properly used for self improvement. Remember that Badger may be signaling a time when you can use your healing abilities to push ahead in life. Heal yourself by aggressively removing the barriers that don't grow corn. They want me to repeat this. Heal yourself by aggressively removing the barriers around you that don't grow corn. Cut away the dead wood and use Badger's aggression to seek new levels of expression. Use Badger's medicine roots to keep grounded and centered in the process. Now they're telling me that the upside down does not matter. This card was right side up, and I'm going to leave it at that. So, holy crap. Hang on, I lost. Something moved. I'm still here. You still there? Now I need to find my animal totem for real. Well, if these cards make sense, but to the point though, when they were told me about this card, that it applies to all of us, in that we need to make sure, not that we aren't, but we need to make sure that there are certain things that we need to be aggressive with. Like there are times when I really don't want to do a video. I'm like, I'm bitching about it. And they're go, no, now you committed to this. No, these are my discussions, right? And I knew I should be prepared to read cards tonight. And I was like, okay, I'm with you. So I made a pot of coffee, which I'm running out at the moment, but to the point though, we all should use mountain lion and badger, But if it fits you, good, Doug. Good, you're right on track. Good. I mean, I'm proud in a very humbled way in that for as short a time that I've known you versus other people in the chat room, that I could get it right. That's like, thank you guys, gals, folks. And I'm continuing, I might not be saying it out loud, but I'm continually asking in my head to help me do this right, to give the right cards that need to be. And, it's so many times the cards that are given to individuals, there's something in it I get. I'm going, you know what? I've been a little, off on that. Yeah, maybe I should think a little more. Just so the cards mean something to me as well. And I know there are others of you who are going, wow, that's inspiring, and it is. So not only, see, now they're asking me I had to turn the cards. Who's next? I can't remember. Oh, really? Mountain lion and eagle last night. Interesting. Yeah. See, when there are synchronicities like that, I nailed it, huh? So, see, that tells me right there that there is a connection up here somewhere. And I can't explain it in words. I just know that I reach out and say, now y'all tell me, help me to pull the right card, All right, Barry, what you saying is so damn funny. A picture of an apple rhubarb crumble. I'm licking the screen. Oh, stop it. I'll eat some. I'll share my cherries with you. Yeah, but you're right, Michelle. A sacred synchronicity. But let me say something about the sacred part. I know what you mean, but it's not necessarily sacred. Not in the terms that a Christian would make it sacred, but it is ancient. Because when we make the transition, we're going to be able to communicate all over the universe, using our, The idea that if I want to go to Jupiter, I think of a spot on Jupiter and I go there. So we have to be careful with certain words. Now, I know what you mean, sacred, but there are people who would use that word sacred um, and want to connect it somehow to a religious feeling. And it's not that. And it's people, it's churches and other people who turned it into something sacred. It's natural, it's what we all have, it's what we've always had, some people a little more than others. It's frightening to try to use it and to understand it. I get it. That's why I'm here. That's why we're here. But other people would use the word sacred and go, ooh, it's sacred text. Wait, let's stop for a moment and have this little sidebar about sacred. What makes it sacred? Who makes it sacred? What's a secret, for example? I was going to do a whole video on secrets, but listen to this. They say, well, the secrets of, this. Well, now, is it a secret or is it just not public? Because I've written things down and I've, from other masters and other people, and I've listened to the stories and I'm here. And so, but so this information that I have written down, is it a secret? Well, to me, it's the secret that I found to help me learn my spirituality. But is it a secret? No, I just haven't published it. I've talked about it, but I've, in all the different videos with Brian Barnett and, and some of my own. And so it's not like I haven't published it. It's just not written in a book someplace. Well, that you are aware of. But does that make it a secret? You see what I'm saying? No. So now the secrets of the Vatican, they got so much stuff that the guys go mad going in there and reading things, and they don't come out for years. They get lost in the catacombs and they get so confused and, oh my God, the secrets. Well, if they started putting stuff out, it would take us 100 years to unravel it all, because there have been theologians and people who've been allowed to go and study there, and they have just been bewildered by the stuff that's there. Now, is it secret or is it just not published? So at the same time, though, there are those people who would say that those documents, here's where I'm coming around to this, Michelle, is that those documents are sacred. That's why they're a secret. Well, who, raise your hands and go, so who said they were sacred? Sacred to what? Sacred documents relating to, well, relating to God and the spirits and angels and stuff. Okay, so why is it sacred? Well, because we said so and we blessed it with holy water. I've been in the Catholic Church, right? So it's sacred because they say so. So, but is it really sacred? So this idea, though, that there's a secret, this is secret information from the universe that is sacred. Well, we should honor it, but does it make it sacred? You know? So in this conversation of things, all things related to the spirit are sacred to the Great Spirit. Ah, turned that little twist around. So, but who makes it sacred? What makes it sacred? In my beliefs, in my sitting here and asking Creator and the spirits to help me read these cards, I consider this sacred to me because I'm living it. And there is a special spiritualness, and it becomes sacred to me, not necessarily anybody else. So, but when they profess that this is sacred stuff, to whom is it sacred? Well, it's sacred. Yeah, to who? Well, but for Jesus. Well, yeah, but Jesus died and all this other stuff come up. So why are you saying this is sacred when he'd been dead for 2,000 years? And you're saying, but this is related to him and it's all sacred now. It's because you called it sacred and you deemed it that way. Not that it is. It could be that it is. That could be really great information. Is it a secret? Well, if there's so much of this crap that they can't publish it, now are those people who are going, nah, we don't want to publish that. Okay. So I think Barry asked first, and then Project Skyfalls. Truth. I think they got ahead of you. Is that okay? Because I was going to say, Barry, I think you're next. In my recollection of things back going an hour back. So, but anyway, so keep that in mind about. Okay, you're saying Skyfalls is next. Okay, all right. Let me switch gears because I was kind of stuck on Barry. All right, Skyfalls. All right, I got you. I got you. I'm with you. Um, P.S. Project Skyfalls. P.S. This one's for you. They want me to. Why do you want me to shuffle them again? Okay. All right. Oh, because they wanted this card to pop out. Is this it? That's interesting. That's a maybe. They want me to shuffle them so they could flip one out. I let my fingers do the walking. There'll be an energy field at the end of my finger that when I rub it on the other cards, it just ain't there. And then I'll stop on a card and go back to it, and there'll be like a little tingle, if you will. So let me see what this card is. Woo, interesting. I'm not sure about the first one. And a third card came up, but I understand that one. That was sort of this third card's for all of us. But anyway, so this one coming up, P.S. Project Skyfalls. I was thinking about, some of y'all have such long names and everything that I would like do just first letters. So I was thinking of all things Delaney Pearl, and I go Delaney Pearl DP, and I go, nah, this just ain't gonna work. No, skip that idea. No, this is just ain't gonna work. So, but anyway, that was an internal, to me. The one that came up, there are two of them. Mouse, which is number 20, came in upside down. But there's a strong card, and that's number 33, which is the weasel. Which is number 33. And there's mouse. They want me to read mouse first. Okay. Some of this gets a little lengthy with the predatory animals and blah blah blah. So, but I'm going to stick with the most important parts. Mouse is scrutiny. If I could see the world through your tiny eyes, maybe then I would know how to scrutinize. Every detail carries weight, and true to its purpose, has its perfect puzzle place to stop the three-ring circus. Mouse says, I will touch everything with my whiskers in order to know it. Paradoxically, this is both a great power and a very great weakness. It is good medicine to see up close. It is good medicine to pay attention to detail, but it is bad medicine to chew every little thing to pieces. Mouse has many predatory enemies, including birds and snakes. Since mouse is food for many, it has a highly developed sense of danger at every turn. So-called civilization is a highly complex set of components which calls for more and more organizational skills and scrutiny to detail every year. Mouse is a powerful medicine to have in these modern times. Things that may appear to be insignificant to others take on enormous importance to mouse. Mouse people anger many other medicine type because they appear to be nitpickers. Mouse people will spot the lint on your coat even if it matches in color. They will try to convince you that the simplest task is fraught with difficulty. They are fixated on methodology. They are fixated on methodology. They wanted me to repeat that. They sort and categorize and file for later use. They may seem like they are hoarding, but this is the farthest thing from Mouse's mind. They are merely putting everything in order so that they will be able to explore it more carefully at a later date. The chiefs tell us that without Mouse, there would be no systemization of knowledge. Mouse ended Renaissance man and hearkened the age of specialization. Mouse knew from the very beginning that there is always more to learn. There was always more to learn. One can always delve deeper and deeper and deeper, but is it necessary? If your personal medicine is mouse, you may be fearful of life, but very well organized with a compartment for everything. You should try to see a larger picture than the one staring at you in the face. Develop largeness of spirit. Try to become aware of the great dance of life. Realize that even though you may be sitting in Los Angeles, there is also a New York, a moon, a solar system, a galaxy, and an infinite universe. Holy crap, what I've been talking about. Jump high, little friend. You will glimpse the sacred mountain. If mouse is in your card today, its medicine is telling you to scrutinize. Look at yourself and others carefully. Maybe that big hunk of cheese is sitting on a trigger that will spring a deadly trap. Maybe the cat's in the pantry waiting for you. Maybe someone to whom you have delegated authority, such as a doctor, a lawyer, or even a plumber, is not doing the job faithfully. The message is to see what is right before your eyes and to take action accordingly. Now, this little critter was upside down. So, mouse in the contrary position may be telling you that you are spending too much time with matters of great consequence when you should be paying a traffic ticket or sweeping the house. You may have let yourself become slovenly. You may have developed a disdain for authority and order. You may be procrastinating about something that needs immediate attention. Bring mouse medicine to your life's chaos, and you will soon have everything tidy and ship shape. Now, this was upside down. Another message of mouse reverse, it may be that you are pipe dreaming about your own importance in life. Are you wondering why you have not been nominated for the Academy Awards? You can't be recognized if you're not taking care of life's detail and walking in humility. Remember that all good things come to those willing to work towards the wholeness. They want me to repeat that. Remember that all good things come to those willing to work towards wholeness. Little Mouse needs to see the big picture, but only assimilate the information the picture gives a little at a time. Expansiveness can be overwhelming if you forget to take it step by step. Confusion is a product of too much too soon. They want me to read that again. Expansiveness can be overwhelming if you forget to take it step by step. And that relates to my topic for tonight in the spirituality of things. You know, folks don't want to go, they want to take it all in, but then they get overwhelmed. Confusion is a product of too much too soon. Little Mouse can conquer any task, by using its scrutiny. Slow down and write the contrary medicine. Stop chasing your tail or being confused by the maze and start observing the details of your present pathway. We could be going down a trail uh, in the woods, and there are times when some of the palmetto bushes and some of the trees look so close alike you would swear, didn't I just pass this? But unless I went back upstream, and so I know I didn't pass things. But hey, Brandy, that sounds like you. Nice card. Yeah. We got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole wide world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got a you and me, brother. In his hands, he's got a you and me, sister. In his hands, he's got a you and me, brother. In his hands, he's got the whole world in his hands. Everybody clap now. He's got the whole world in his hands. 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 Anyway, Weasel was uh, the prominent card, and I think they're telling me that we all in these times we all have to scrutinize. But uh, they're saying, Project, this number 33 Weasel is really for you. Okay, so really big. that was for you, but it was a side card. Sometimes I'll get them and they'll want me to bring two cards instead of one. So shame on me for picking more than one card. But for me, it's not the card, it's the combined message. And sometimes the combined message is messages for all of us. I'm taking a quick short break here. I've read the mouse before, but I've never read the weasel. Wait, great white grape, making me not speak. Weasel number 33, interesting number, is stealth. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Who's in the hen house now? If I were to ask you, you'd say it was a cow. Weasel has an incredible amount of energy and ingenuity, yet it is a difficult power totem to have. It is not without significance that ermine or weasel pelt is worn by royalty. Weasel ears hear what is really being said. Weasel ears hear what is really being said. I think that also goes with crow, or is it raven? But one of those has, anyway, weasel. This is a great ability. Weasel eyes see beneath the surface of a situation to know the many ramifications of an event. This too is a rare gift. The chief sent Weasel to the enemy camp to smoke them for power. Um, anyway, yeah, they would do a smoke to see what the spirit said about their enemy. What are the medicines of the enemy? The chiefs asked Weasel upon its return. Weasel never failed to give an accurate account of the enemy's numbers, strengths, and weaknesses. It was Weasel who tearfully told the original people of the coming of the white boat people. That's us. These brothers have strange new medicines, said Weasel. They will tell us that to live the way we do is wrong. They will confuse us with their talking bark. They have stolen thunder from Skyfather and placed it in their weapons. They have no respect for the animal brothers and sisters, and they make their thunder speak to the animals and kill them. They will make the thunder speak to us also. Their numbers are too many to count, and these white brothers will steal everything from us but our spirits. They will steal everything from us but our spirits. The great dark shadow of the ravenous bird of death has fallen over the people. Weasel fur changes color with the season. Silent Weasel has many lessons to teach you. Weasel could confound Great Spirit, pick Great Spirit's pockets, and then leave Great Spirit contemplating the divine navel. If this is your personal medicine, your powers of observation are keen. You seem to be saying, "Leave me alone, and I will do the same for you." You might even look a bit guilty at times due to what you know from observing life. I get that sometimes myself, just like, wait till they find out. But anyway, you may be a loner, hiding yourself away from others, or perhaps even a recluse. You are a powerful ally to have in any business organization, since you can see what the competition is doing. People may be able to make great mistake in sizing you up since they do not immediately know your powers. But the first time they try to outsmart you, they will soon learn that your intelligence is greater than their own. Look to weasel power to tell you the hidden reasons behind anything. They want me to repeat that. Look to weasel power to tell you the hidden reasons behind anything. Some people are put off by weasel medicine, their talent and abilities, but there are no bad medicines. We all have power, or we would not be here to heal Mother Earth. Powerful. We all have power, or we would not be here to heal Mother Earth. No wonder they wanted that weasel card straight up. Perhaps if you have learned weasel power, you could use your secret gifts for the good of all. Observe who or what needs attention or a solution and offer your assistance in your own quiet or discreet way. Now, it was obviously straight up, but I've never read Weasel before, so I want to read the contrary. If you have the contrary Weasel, look out for intrigue. Someone may be using covert tactics to weasel into the hen house. Perhaps you should lock your doors and dress your teenager like a nun. Or perhaps you may be lying to yourself about something you know to be true. This can be a lie on any level. For instance, storming the refrigerator at 3 a.m. and telling yourself no one will miss the half eaten portion of the pie. If you scratch someone else's automobile in the parking lot, leave a note. Don't slink away because you can. Honesty to self and others is of the utmost importance. Now, they want me to read that. Honesty to self and to others is of utmost importance. Ooh, yes, sir. Another message of reverse weasel is to acknowledge why you have been doubting your own feelings. Weasel upright observes all actions, feelings, and situations with keen senses. In the contrary, those abilities of observation are dulled until confusion sets in. Now, again, this was right side up. So When you don't know how you're feeling or what is occurring around you, doubt becomes the barrier in your progress. Now, whether this is a weasel card or not, this is really important. When you don't know how you feel or what is occurring around you, I had that feeling today. Doubt becomes the barrier to your progress. Well, I don't know how I feel. I went for a walk anyway. But doubt will stop us. Then you may find a bit of paranoia seeping into your life. If you want to right the situation, start by shaking the dullness out of your head and observing the obvious, no matter what it is. No one can fool you if you watch your step. Honor your knowing. Honor your knowing. Be confident. That's just those three words. Wow. Honor your knowing. Whoa. It's what every one of us should be doing, but in that I know what I know, and I don't have to be rude about it. I know I go off on tangents sometimes, but I'm always trying to come back around and show like the calm side of it, right? But there are those folks like I was talking about earlier, that want to, those of us who aren't carrying a Bible all the time or who aren't worshiping something, we're all going to die and we're going to hell. And, that's just no, um, you know, so you must honor your knowing. So I know what I know, but I'm willing to share it with anybody that wants to have a conversation. You want to sit down? Okay, here we are. This is this is our weekly Sunday night meeting, as it goes. Um, no one can fool you, and that's for any of us. No one can fool you if you watch your step. Honor your knowing. What do you know? Honor it by being truthful, by being honest, by being polite, by being humble. You honor your own knowing. You may not know it all. I'm a shaman in training. I'm still learning. But the thing is, I'm going to honor what I already know. I share it with you all the time. Seek the hidden reasons and use discretion in the process. So discretion is important in this, in that there are times when you can have a conversation with someone, like my sister and I did. Um, it was yesterday I was talking to her, but about the mask. She's just had cancer. Her things are low, and but because of her condition, she thinks everyone else should wear a mask. So, but in that information, no, wait, let's just stop and back up a little bit. So, in her world, everybody else is wrong, you know, from her point of view because of her situation. So, but at the same time, my suggestion to her was, yeah, but you have to honor the other people who aren't sick. You know, there has to be honor to the other side. Yeah, I understand how you feel, but if you want me to wear a mask around you all the time, you know, sorry, I'm not sick. You probably get sicker. Never mind. But anyway, so Project Skyfalls. Hey, Ed, how are you? Favorite new saying? Honor your knowing. Yeah, but that to honor it to means to be humble and respectful. So, but if you truly honor yourself, wow, that's self-respect. Okay, so Project, you got two cards out of that one. Teresa, you still there? Who's next? I forgot. I think Isby wanted a card. There was somebody else in there though. Doug, Project, Chloe. My monitor. I gotta. For those of you who might be old enough, right, Truth, that's who's next. It's like, I can't get no respect, Rodney Dangerfield. Hey, I had this wife, and I can't get no respect. But so there are people who expect respect but don't give it, and that's just such a damn shame, right? So anyway, all right. So Barry was next. Me, okay, and then Truth. Barry, Truth, and Isby is how I remember it. Thank you. And I'm not going to bed anytime soon. It's like 1:49 a.m. in the morning time here. So but doing this, it does take energy out of me, and I get tired afterwards. So Barry, this is for you. Oh, and by the way, Elder Barry, guess what's blooming around here right now? Oh yeah, you too, Beto. Yeah, 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 yeah. You were hanging out. Yeah, 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 yeah. I knew there was somebody else. Thanks for chiming in. Um, so Barry, this card's for you. They don't want me to shuffle. Okay, so think of something, Barry. There's a whole section that's warming up. Barry. Um, yeah, this seems to be not so much. Oop, and flipped it out of my hands. I haven't pulled this card for anybody in a while. And I pulled the card and was about to flip it over when it jumped out of my hand. So I don't know. It's upside down is where I'm headed with this. So, but it's eagle. So, well, eagle, number one in the book. So you got what you asked for. You need a nap. All cards not read or older cards. It's just that there had been a repetition of cards during readings, like the mouse has come up many times, um, snake a couple of times, badgers come up a few times, possum. Um, I don't think I ever read mountain lion. So, several cards I have not pulled. Not that they're old or anything. It's just I haven't pulled them, and even for myself in doing so. Would y'all hold that thought right there? I need coffee, um, and because I have run out, and before I start, I need a drink. So hold that thought, will you? I'm good without a card if you're good. No, I'm good. I just let me get some coffee. Good old Dover. Have a little bit of cherry pie. I'll be damned. Now that's just interesting right there now. Okay. All right, here we go. Eagle is spirit. So Barry, I got the spirit in me. I got the spirit in me. I got the spirit in me. One of these nights I ought to just get out some of them old I mean this with the utmost of respect. There are times when an old Negro spiritual is just, you just hand clapping and right on down to it. Eagle is spirit. Eagle, fly high. Touch, great spirit. Share your medicine. Touch me. Honor me, so that I may know you too. Here's the word honor. You know, there are things when I do these readings on particular nights, like the word panic showed up, and here's honor showing up. Now, I know honor shows up more often than not, but panic doesn't usually. But, you know, anyway, certain keywords just jump out at me as I'm reading the cards, you know, individually, but there's like this trail of crumbs, if you will, for everybody. So, eagle medicine is the power of the Great Spirit, the connection to the divine. What was we just saying? The divine. It is the ability to live in the realm of spirit and yet remain connected and balanced within the realm of earth. Eagle soars. They want me to read that again. It is the ability to live in the realm of spirit and yet remain connected and balanced within the realm of earth. Eagle soars and is quick to observe expansiveness. Expansiveness was in the mouse message. They had, you know, they see, you know, anyway, within the overall pattern of life. From the heights of the clouds, eagle is close to the heavens where the Great Spirit dwells. The feathers of eagle are considered to be the most sacred of healing tools. They have been used for centuries by shamans to cleanse the auras of patients coming to them for healing. Within the belief system of Native American tribes, eagle represents a state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and a completion of the tests of initiation, which result in the taking of one's personal power. It is only through the trial of experiencing the lows in life as well as the highs, and through the trial of trusting one's connection to the Great Spirit, that the right to use the essence of eagle medicine is earned. So, in other words, you can't just have it, you got to earn it. But they want me to go back up here and read this. Eagle represents a state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and a completion of the tests of initiation, which results in the taking of one's personal power. So the initiation isn't for the group, it's for your own personal power to understand. If you have pulled this symbol, eagle is reminding you to take heart and gather your courage. For the universe is presenting you with an opportunity to soar above the mundane levels of your life. The power of recognizing this opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize the places within your soul, personality, emotions, or psyche that need bolstering or refinement. By looking at the overall tapestry, Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. They want me to read that again. Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. Does that make sense? In learning to fiercely attack your personal fear of the unknown, the wings of your soul will be supported by the ever present breezes, which are the breath of Great Spirit. Feed your body, but more importantly, feed your soul. Within the realm of Mother Earth and Father Sky, the dance that leads to flight involves the conquering of fear and the willingness to join in the adventure that you are co creating with divine. If Eagle has majestically soared into your cards, you are being put on notice to reconnect with the elements of air. Air is of the mental plane, and in this instance is of the higher mind. Wisdom comes in many strange and curious forms and is always related to the creative forces of the Great Spirit. They want me to read that again. Wisdom comes in many strange and curious forms. I'm adding this. Sometimes it's a cloud, a rock, a tree, and is always related to the creative force of Great Spirit. If you have been walking in the shadows of former realities, Eagle brings illumination. Eagle teaches you to look higher and to touch Grandfather Sun with your heart, to love the shadow as well as the light. See the beauty in both, and you will take flight like the eagle. Eagle medicine is the gift we give ourselves to remind us of the freedom of flight in the skies. Eagle asks you to give yourself permission to legalize freedom and to follow the joy your heart desires. Now, this one was absolutely upside down. If you had pulled Eagle in the reverse, you have forgotten your power and your connectedness to the Great Spirit. You may have failed to recognize the light that is always available for those who seek illumination. Heal your broken wings with love, loving yourself as you are loved by the Great Spirit is the lesson which the contrary eagle brings. They want me to read that again. Loving yourself as you are loved by the Great Spirit is the lesson which the contrary eagle brings. On some level, Eagle is telling you to seek higher ground on which to build your nest. The nest is the home of your heart and cannot remain in a swamp. If your nest is in a swamp, this may be connected to your belief that your wings are clipped by an impossibility in your present status. Eagle nest in high in the mountains where the air is clean and the movement free. It may be your time for a vision quest so that you can commune with the Great Spirit. Fasting and praying will surely bring an answer. Seek lofty ideals, and illumination will be close at hand. They're asking me to read this part. On some level, Eagle is telling you to seek higher ground on which to build your nest. Now, that could be higher spirits, that could be higher ground, that whatever. So, but it was definitely upside down. Make any sense there? Okay. Um, Mile High Club. Um, I'm going to get this wrong. Boobaloo or somebody, who was that I missed them, and they were in line. Um, and I got a card for them. Who was that? Truth is next. All right, then he gets this card. They had me pull these cards. Okay, Truth, here you are. Baton, I got your card here. They, for some reason, they had me do the anyway. I got them. So, does it matter who I read first? Truth. Okay. Um, Now this card has popped itself out several times tonight, and I have buried it back in, and it keeps coming out. But Truth, it when I saw your name, they was like, this is somebody's card, and I was like, well, okay. And then I realized when I was pulling these cards that it was like, this card's for you. And I buried it twice. I'm just telling you, but I knew it was for you. But anyway, owl, deception. Now, owl is one of my totems. Can I take can I roll a smoke? Owl magic, omens, time and space. Does the truth emerge? Casting out deception, silent flight, sacred medicine bird. There's a little poem with each one of these, right? So that's the poem. Owl medicine is symbolically associated with clairvoyance, astral projection, and magic, both black and white. Owl is called the night eagle on several medicine wheels used by Amerindian teachers. Traditionally, owl sits in the east, the place of illumination. Since time immemorial, humanity has been afraid of the night, the dark, and the unseen, waiting fearfully for the first crack of dawn. Wait, has been afraid of the dark night. Yeah. Conversely, night is owl's friends. Owl hunts at night. Not only can they see in the dark, they can actually pinpoint and identify a sound that gives them a great advantage when seeking food. Owls are the night hunters. Some native people are fearful of owl and call its feathers deceiver feathers. I've got an owl feather over there right now, and I was thrown out of a powwow one time because I had an owl feather in my hat, and they didn't tell me why. They just said I'd get beat up if I was to go any further. Turned around and took the feather back to the truck. Um, an owl feather is silent. You cannot hear owl when it flies, but its prey definitely knows when it gets struck, for its beak and talons are razor sharp. Owl is oftentimes the medicine of sorcerers and witches. If owl is in your medicine, you will be drawn to magical practices. That's how I became a shaman in training. Um, Perhaps even explore the dark arts, which I did and wished I hadn't. Well, in a way, at least now I know. Um, you should resist any temptation to practice black magic or any art that takes energy away from another person or being. If you have owl medicine, um, these night birds will still have a tendency to collect around you, even in the daytime, because they recognize the kinship with you. Is it any wonder that in many cultures, owl is a symbol for wisdom? This is because owl can see that which others cannot, which is the essence of true wisdom. Owls can see that which others cannot, which is the essence of true wisdom. Now, that's just an interesting statement right there. Where others are deceived, owl sees and know what is there. Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, had a companion owl on her shoulder. Maybe it was owl. The anyway, there's another ancient that had a bird on her shoulder. But anyway, I talked about that earlier. On her shoulder, which revealed unseen truths to her. Owl had the ability to light up Athena's blind side, enabling her to speak the whole truth as opposed to only a half truth. If Owl is in your personal medicine, no one can deceive you about what they are doing, no matter how they try to disguise or hide it from you. You may be a little frightening to be around, since so many people have ulterior motives, which you see right through. If you are unaware of your medicine power, you may take your keen insights and abilities and insights for granted. Others never do. You may frighten them and reflect their blindness. You may frighten them and reflect their blindness. For you cannot be fooled. Owl medicine people know more about an individual's inner life than that person knows about him or herself. And sometimes you just know. If you have pulled the owl card, you are being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some life situation. In other words, to understand some life situation. Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing the total truth. Owl can bring you messages in the night through dreams or meditation. Pay attention to signals and omens. The truth always brings further enlightenment. So, truth, that was for you. Did it work? Whoa. Now, I'm going to read the contrary because there's always seems to be a message in that as well. So, I'm sorry it's a little choppy. I was rolling me a smoke. If you have owl upside down, you have been greatly deceived by either yourself or another. Now, it's interesting, and I like this about these cards. They always put us first, even if we're guilty, because the warning sometimes is we have overstepped our bounds somehow. So perhaps witchcraft or black magic is being used against you, not you're using it. Or maybe you are using witchcraft or sorcery to aid you when you should be praying and asking the Great Spirit for guidance. I don't think that's true, but sometimes people are using things, and I say that I was abusing when I used to do rune readings and cards and things and stuff back in the old days, and it had nothing to do with the dark arts. But because I was learning Indian medicine and Celtic at the same time, they said, you can't cross this. You got to either study them or study us. And I was like, so I put the runes down. But it wasn't witchcraft or anything, but they said I couldn't cross over. So I had to pick one or the other. Although I've been being drawn to pull, I found my runes and they were like me to do a reading. So that was interesting. Things come to you at the weirdest times. Okay. Um, but we should always be asking the Great Spirit for guidance. The message to befriend the darkness inside yourself. The message is to befriend the darkness inside yourself. Look deeply, and soon the bright light of dawn will illuminate you. Then ask yourself, what are you in the dark about? How and by whom are you being deceived? Have you lied to yourself about someone or something, mostly some things? Are you being greatly deceived or only slightly deceived? Al tells you to keep an eye on your property and your loved ones. Remember that Al is always asking, who? So, but that's good too, in that we need to make sure that we're not deceiving ourselves. Regen, how you doing? Okay, now this next card is for, I get this wrong every time. Boo. Raise your hand a second, please, because this card's for you. I'm sorry, Bat Tool. Okay, gotcha. I see the letters in my head, but I every time, forgive me, please. I mean no disrespect. But here's an interesting card for you. Butterfly. In my picking of cards in my this time around, I think I have chosen butterfly, but it's very rare. Yes, I have read this before, but it's wonderful. And yes, you asked me, Chloe, were you doing that? Regen, you want a card? Let's see. I think Isby's next. If I've forgotten somebody, Isby, and then Regen. If I miss somebody, throw your hand up, please. All right. Number 9, butterfly. Brand. I see. I knew there was somebody in there. Okay. Isby, then Brandy, and then Regen. Butterfly that flutters in the morning light. You have known many forms before ere you took flight. Transformation. The power that butterfly brings to us is akin to the air. There's the air word again. It is the mind and the ability to know the mind or to change it. They want me to read that again. It is the mind and the ability to know the mind or to change it. It is the art of transformation. To use butterfly medicine, you must astutely observe your position in the cycle of self-transformation. Like butterfly, you are always at a certain station in your life activities. You may be at the egg stage, which is the beginning of all things. This is the stage at which an idea is born, but has not yet become a reality. The larva stage is at the point at which you decide to create the idea in the physical world. The cocoon stage involves going within, doing or developing your project, your idea, or the aspect of personality. The final stage of transformation is the leaving of the chrysalis and birth. This last step involves sharing the colors and joy of your creation with the world. If you look closely at what butterfly is to teach, you will realize that it is the never ending cycle of self transformation. The way to discern where you are in this cycle is to ask yourself, number 1, is this the egg stage? Is it just a thought or an idea? Number 2, is this the larva stage? Do I need to make a decision? Number 3, is this the cocoon stage? Am I developing and doing something to make my idea a reality? Number 4, is this the birth stage? Am I sharing my completed idea? By asking yourself these questions, you will discover how butterfly is relating to you at this moment. When you understand where you are, the symbol can teach you what to do next to continue in the cycle of self transformation. Now, this is good info for all of us, but if you have found the position through which you are cycling, you will see the creativity of butterfly. Using the air or mental powers of this medicine is done with ease. As an example, if you've been feeling exhausted and have asked how to heal your fatigue, take notice of the colors you have been drawn to recently. Does your body feel better in green? Could this mean you need to eat more green vegetables? This type of thinking is an inspiration from butterfly medicine. Butterfly can give you clarity to your mental process, help you to organize the process you are undertaking, and assist you in finding the next step for your personal life or career. This can mean spiritual now, too. This isn't just the main message is to be obtained from drawing this symbol is that you are ready to undergo some type of transformation. To discern what your next move is the butterfly spread. They want me to read that again. The main message to be obtained from drawing this symbol is that you are ready to undergo some type of transformation. To discern what your next move is, use the butterfly spread. Okay, now y'all been keeping track of for who's next. I thought it was Brandy. It may be Isby. I'm gonna take a drag off my cigarette that's burning by itself. Um, well, then there you go. I couldn't have picked a better card then, and it literally kind of flew out to you. Isby. All right, Barry. Thank you. Y'all keep me straight now, because I got too many thoughts running through my head. This is great. Okay, Isby, let me clear my head out of these because I pulled three cards at one time. Literally, it was like this one's for this one and that one's for that one, and I was like, and guess what? They all fit. I'm surprised. I'm a little taken aback. Like, you mean that really worked? But when you listen to the spirits and you just pay attention, every time I put myself in the position, is like, well, I don't know if this is right. They go, shut up, politely, but they tell me to, hush up. If we gave you we told you to pick those cards. We know what we're doing. And um it's my own humanity that at times I go, well, I don't know if I'm pulling this card right. I don't know if I'm getting the message right, blah, 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 blah. And if I just follow the instinct, it comes out. So there you go. Um, I'm constantly being taught. This is a teaching. This is teaching me as well as, you know. So, but anyway, so okay, right. Ken's next. All right. Okay, Ken, this one's for you. What do you really want to know? Okay, quit talking for a minute and listen. What do you really want to know? Make it simple. Yeah, but I'm asking you to ask now because I had to clear my head. Man, do it again for me. Okay. Had four people's messages um, going in my head at one time, and I had to let all that kind of sort out. So I politely ask you to ask again. It's interesting that I've noticed that, wow, they don't want these cards to go back in. This card? Ooh, okay. All right. Yeah, Regen, it's good. All right, Ken. It's Dragonfly, number 27. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, Butterfly was Bat-Tool. Bat-Tool, did I get that right? All I could see was like the B and the OOL as far as my brain could see. So the message, Ken, is Dragonfly, number 27. Dragonfly, illusion. Dragonfly breaks illusion, brings visions of power. No need to prove it. Now is the hour. Know it. Believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeding you, blessing you, filling all your needs. Dragonfly medicine is of the dream time and the illusionary facade we accept as physical reality. The iridescence of dragonfly's wings reminds us of the colors not found in our everyday experience. Dragonfly's shifting of color, the energy form, and movement explodes into the mind of the observer. I love dragonflies. Bringing vague memories of a time or a place where magic reigned. Some legends say that Dragonfly was once dragon, and that dragon had scales like dragonfly's wings. Dragon was full of wisdom and flew through the night, bringing light with its fiery breath. The breath of dragon brought forth the art of magic and the illusion of changing form. Then dragon got caught in its own facade. Coyote tricked dragon, that coyote, into changing form, and the shape of its new body became like dragonflies. And accepting the challenge to prove its power and magical prowess, dragon lost its power. Dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change, the messages of wisdom and enlightenment, and the communications from the elemental world. Now, Ken, they're asking me to read this again, and listen carefully. Dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change, the messages of wisdom and enlightenment, and the communication from the elemental world. The elementals want to have a chat with you, Ken, but you got to listen. This elemental world is made up of the tiny spirits of plants and the elements of air, earth, fire, and water. In essence, this world is full of nature spirits. If dragonfly has flown into your cards today, you may have forgotten to water your plants. On the other level, you may need to give thanks to the foods you eat for sustaining your body. On the psychological level, it may be time to break down the illusions you have held that restrict your actions or ideas. On the cycle, they're asking me to read this again. On the psychological level, it may be time to break down the illusions you have held that restrict your actions or ideas. Think about that. Dragonfly medicine always beckons you to seek out the parts of your habits which you need to change. Have you put too much weight? Have you put on too much weight? Or have you started to look like a scarecrow? Have you tended to the changes you have wanted? Have you tended to the changes you have wanted to make in your life? If you feel the need for change, call on Dragonfly to guide you through the mists of illusion to the pathway of transformation. See how you can apply the art of illusions to your present question or situations. And remember that things are never completely as they seem. They want me to read that paragraph again. See how you can apply the art of illusion to your present question or situation. And remember that things are never completely as they seem. No matter how good it sounds, it may not. Now, okay, I forgot who's next already. But that card's for you. Dragonfly. Does it make sense? Yeah, Dragonfly is a good card. It is, Doug. Really, really. All right, Chloe, you were keeping up for me. Who's next? Or Michelle? Brandy. Yes. Brandy. Okay. All right, Miss Brandy. I ask you the same thing. Me. You're welcome, Isby. Ken, they're asking me to tell you this. Illusions come from both ways. You can create an illusion that may seem real to you, or you can become trapped in the illusion. Regens after Brandy. Okay, got it. Here's one of the things, just to have a sidebar about Dragonfly and illusion. There are people, yes, we do live in a universal matrix, okay? The great Spider Woman and all the things that are connected in the universe. That's true. But if you wish to believe yourself in the matrix that they want you to believe, then you'll be trapped in that AI. You'll be trapped in that. You'll be trapped in the game. I'm not a part of their matrix, but I am a part of the universal matrix. What's the difference? A lot. Because mine doesn't have I love you, Bob, but I turn this computer off. Okay, Brandy. Just give me a thought as to what you need or what you need to hear. Just ask the universe for a second. Let me hear it. And the shuffling begins. That's interesting. I got a top feel, which means I usually get the feeling from underneath the card, but and I'm not sure. What card is this right here? Ooh. Number 11, Moose. I miss Brian too. I think there's a card and a half for you, Brandy, but Moose is the main one. Number 11. I haven't read Moose in a while. Nothing up my sleeve. Rocky and Bullwinkle. Very true, Michelle. When you're open to miracles, they're all around you. And Isby, remember now, the elementals are asking to speak with you. Ken, the elementals are asking to speak with you. Brandy, this one's for you, right? Moose, self-esteem. And it was dead straight up. There was no question about it. Moose, help me to honor the gifts I can give and recognize my worthiness long as I live. I don't know if I've ever read this one. A lot of new ones tonight, folks. New cards. I don't know and if I have read them, it's been a long time. Moose is found in the North America, in the north of the medicine wheel, as is buffalo. North represents the place of wisdom. Self-esteem is the medicine of moose because it represents the power of recognizing that wisdom has been used in a situation and that recognition or a pat on the back is deserved. They want me to read that again. Self-esteem is the medicine of moose because it represents the power of recognizing that wisdom. It represents the power of recognizing. There should have been a comma or something in here, but anyway, it represents the power of recognizing that wisdom has been used in a situation and that a recognition or a pat on the back is deserved. Moose is the largest member of the deer family and has great strength. The call of the male moose is an awesome thing to hear on a musky spring night. His pride in his maleness and his desire to share his seed with the moose cow are displays of his sense of self-esteem. The bellow of a male moose can be viewed as a positive force, since it represents his willingness to tell the world about his feelings. This tell the world trait contains a joyfulness which only comes with a sense of accomplishment. There is no greater joy than a job well done. This trait is therefore not a seeking of approval, but rather an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. Now, that's one hell of a statement because for me, in this, that what I do, it's not about seeking approval. I mean, I appreciate it when y'all give me, information as to whether or not these cards work for you. But it's rather an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. And sort of what's in the title of this video 3.5 hours ago was that we have, the feeling of things. The wisdom woven throughout this scenario is that creation constantly brings forth new ideas and further creation. Moose is telling us that joy should be shouted with pride. The wisdom in doing this shouting is that joy is catching. In a sense, the bellowing is a way for all of us to lighten up and give ourselves or each other a job well done. Moose medicine people have the ability to know when the use of gentleness of deer and when to activate the stampede of buffalo. They understand the balance between giving orders to get things done and having a willingness to do things themselves. The wisdom of moose medicine is akin to the grandfather warrior who has long since put away his war paint and is now advising the young bucks to cool their blood. Moose medicine is often found in elders who have walked the good red road and have seen many things in their earth walk. Their joy lies in being the teachers of the children and in being the first ones to give encouragement. This is not to say that moose medicine people do not use their wisdom to warn as well as to give praise, because they do. Medicine, moose medicine people know what to say, when to say it, and to whom, and that takes wisdom. The elders are honored in tribal law for their gifts of wisdom, for their teaching abilities, and for the calmness they impart in the council. If you are wise beyond your years and have the gift of moose medicine, use this gift to encourage others and to grow. There are many facets to the wisdom of moose medicine. If you have chosen the moose card, you have reason to feel good about something you have accomplished on your journey. This may be a habit you have broken, a completion of some sort, an insight to a goal, or a new sense of self that you have found and have fought hard to earn. It is a time of feeling harmonious pride and of recognize those who aided you in the process. They want me to read some of this. It is a time of feeling harmonious pride and of recognizing those who aided you in the process, for whatever that means. One good exercise in moose medicine is to write down things that you can love about yourself and your progress in life. Then apply these same things to friends, family, and coworkers and life. Don't forget to share the findings with others. They need the encouragement as much as you do. Now, it was straight up, but they're asking me to read the upside down. If you found it upside down, you are being reminded that ego can ruin your sense of accomplishment. Remember that others have the same potential that you have, and do not become careless in your application. Well, I'm sorry, and do not become careless in your appreciation of their gifts. We should always thank someone who helps us, even if it's just a little. Reverse moose implies that you are tooting your own horn. You have failed to be interested in others and have therefore forgotten that everyone teaches everyone else in the same way. Moose implies that in tooting your own horn, you have failed to be interested in others and have therefore forgotten that everyone teaches everyone else in the same way. That's just a good message, just right there. Contrary, moose medicine may be asking you to grow quietly for a while, to calm your spirit and allow the strength and wisdom of silence to enter your heart. This is the core of moose medicine, knowing the wisdom of silence so that when it is proper to speak, you can take pride in your words. That was for Brandy, right? Okay. Um, Regine, you're next, right? Chloe, woo, written, not spoken, light bulb moment. Written is history, aka no. Spoken here. Brandy, did that card work for you? Okay, regen. All right. That's interesting. I've never pulled the Moose card before. That's a new, several new cards I have not pulled. So, okay, Brandy, thank you. Now, don't be afraid to tell me no if there's nothing in the message for you. I mean, you know, you need to know that one too. All right, the shuffling begins, and Regen. It's interesting when I pull the cards apart, I'm flipping them. So this card's not up; it could be upside down now. Because see, there are times when I don't know if I don't shuffle the cards or if I just pick them, whether or not it's supposed to be right side up or not. Okay, Regen's asked for a card. I'm still new at this, Chloe, and relative things. Quick break. I can smoke the same cigarette 4 or 5 times. Yeah, Doug, I just trust in the spirits. I'm like I said, I appreciate y'all's um, feedback. I do because I've done this for myself and personally for a few people, but to do this over, a great distance, if you will. So, cool beans, Regen. I've got your card here. It's upside down, but but it's a very interesting card. It's whale, and it's number 41 is the number for that reason, whatever that reason is. I'm having a forward day. Oh, good, Elderberry. I remember the tobacco sacrifice tonight, Hawkeye. I did it for everyone. Thank you. Hey, Amanda, how are you? It has been a while. So, let me have a dash of coffee and let's salute to Bob. How is the feed coming through? I know I'm ugly as hell. But I got a new modem, so All right, Regen. Whale is the record keeper. Whale of mighty oceans, you have seen it all. Secrets of the ages are heard within your call. Teach me how to hear your words and how to understand the very roots of history of when our world began. This is an interesting card. So, but this one's for you. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. Now, here we go with the dog star again and the ancients that ties into what I've been talking about 4 hours ago. Biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago. In tribal legend, whales moved into the ocean happened when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the waters. All of our petroglyphs speak of the motherland, Mu, and the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west, beyond the great waters. The symbols in the petrographs speak of the rivers and the mountains crossed by our ancestors when they sought solid ground as the water receded. Whale saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island, which is North America, and has kept the records and knowledge of the motherland alive. It is said that Mu will rise again when the fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. Now, this is strange because this Apophis thingy is supposed to be coming by us soon. Anyway, the native medicine people are waiting for this event as the next sign of Earth changes. And I really kind of think we may be in this. Earth's children will have to unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. Whale medicine people are coded in their DNA to understand that sound frequencies can bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. Now, for the topic of this video 3 hours ago, talking about the ancient knowledge that is, it's the new spiritual revolution. But whale medicine are coded in their DNA to understand that sound frequencies bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. So that's how we get there. They are usually clairaudient or able to hear both very low and very high frequency. They are usually all physically developed and psychically developed and fairly telepathic. Many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use the stored records. They want me to read that again. Many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use the stored records. So there are some folks who want the information right now, and it may be just not the time. Many whale medicine people are able to tap into the universal mind of Great Spirit and have no idea how or why they know what they know. Only later, when they receive confirmation, do they begin to understand how they know or why they received the impressions. Whale medicine teaches us to use the sounds and frequencies that balance our emotional bodies and heal our physical forms. To recall why the shaman's drum brings healing and peace is to align with whale's medicine. The drum is a universal heartbeat and aligns all beings heart to heart. I need to do a drum. Before the advent of speech and the primordial language, hand signs were used, and many tribes were silent most of the time. The language that was understood was the sounds of great spirits, other creatures, and animals. They want me to read that again. The language that was understood, because many tribes were silent most of the time, the language that was understood was the sound of great spirits, other creatures, the animals. If you pulled the whale card, you were being asked to tap into these records and to allow yourself to be sung to by those who have the original language. We are the only creatures who do not have our own unique cry or call. find yours. Allow your voice to use this sound to release tension or emotion. Whale signals a time of finding your origins, of seeing your overall destiny as coded in your DNA, and defining the sounds that will release those records. You may never be the same again. After all, after all, you are the melody of the universe. Now that belongs to all of us. So we are a chorus in the universe. As we learn to use our frequencies, as etc., we are a chorus in the universe. After all, you are the melody of the universe, and the harmony is the song of other creatures. Now, I said that before I read the rest of the sentence. In using your voice to open your memory, you are expressing your uniqueness and your own personal sound. As you open up to this uniqueness, the animals that are your 9 totems may then send their sounds or calls to you or through you. This will open your personal records so that you may further explore your soul's histories and commune with Whale, who carries the history of us all. Now, it was definitely upside down. The contrary medicine implies that you are not following your sonar or your homing device. On some level, you have forgotten that you hold all the answers you need to survive, to grow, and to claim the power of your chosen destiny. They want me to read that again. On some level, you have forgotten that you hold all the answers you need to survive, to grow, and to claim the power of your chosen destiny. And sometimes I think a lot of us forget a little bit along the line. It may be that you are having to deal with a lot of chatter in your head and cannot get your personal records. If so, you may need to use other sounds to enter the silence. The drum or the rattle, the Indian flute, or the sounds of nature may help. The call of Whale is the lullaby of the tides. Rock yourself gently and float into the world of the sea. Flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truth that will lead to your personal pathway of knowing. Flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truth that will lead you to your personal pathway of knowing. Because your pathway is not the same as my pathway. They can be related, they can be close. We're all members of the League of Like Minded Beings, but each one of us has our own history. Contrary Whale is saying that you must desire to know. You must seek the whale song within you. In hearing Whale's call, you will connect to the ancients on a cellular level. And then as you relax into the flow of the song's rhythm, you will begin to open your unique library of records. It may not come all at once. It may take practice. But if you hold the desire to know close to your heart, it will be Whale's gift to you. Look to the great star nation and send gratitude to Sirius for the song of Whale. In hearing Whale's call, you will connect to the ancients on a cellular level. So my original premise for this video was that this new form of spirituality, but when you truly understand, the ancients have the messages, you know. So this is not new. What's new is that we're rediscovering it, or other people are, you know. There's nothing wrong with that, but understand the ancients are still teaching us on a cellular level. It may not come all at once, and you don't want it to. I have stated this before, and they're asking me to holler out it again. That and I will use this same reference again. But that time I went to the river and was out on the lake, and it was the middle of the night, like 3 in the morning or something, and I leaned back up into the sky, and they took me up into the universe. Now, I'd seen the universe before, but then they took me up this last time around, and I saw it with a different awareness. So, the this is in regards to it may not come all at once because you don't want it to. There's too much information. So for me, as an example, I went up into the universe, looked around, and was like, "Ooh, this is really cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah." And then they took me up and showed me the rest of the universe, and I went, "Oh, holy shit!" So, if they had showed the whole thing to me, I wouldn't have gotten it the first time. I had to see a little piece of it and, and let it kind of stir around inside me. And then they showed it to me again with after I'd had this information so I could understand it, the bigger picture, even so. So we don't want it all at once. And if we want to know something, be specific and very clear. Like, um, I don't know. Um, for example, people say, well, I was a king or I was a this or I was, no, I was a plumber back in the day when you had to slop shit. So, but the idea though, that everybody has a task. Um, but so you could ask a question to like, who was I in a previous life? Well, you want to ask the question more specifically, like, what was one of my most important incarnations? Or, what was the most memorable? Or, like, have I been in an engineer through many previous incarnations? You know, was I ever a spiritual leader? Now, you don't ask this all at one time, but you ask that question and just allow the answer to come. So you don't ask, well, where did I come from? Yet ask one question, allow it to come in, and study on it. Now, you could ask a question 2 or 3 times a week, for example, but you need a break in between to allow the message, allow the wisdom, allow your inside to connect with that record, with that memory through the whale. Okay. So it's like going to the library. So they've given you the number through the old method, right? And you have found the book, and now you're going down the aisle and you're looking for the number on the thing and the title on the spine. And so, yeah, I do, Doug. I remember. But, and that's not to say that you weren't. That's not my point. But there are a lot of people, well, I was a queen, I was a king. I mean, it's like, all right, we can't all be the king of England or something. We can't all be Richard the Third or whatever. You know what I mean? So, so many people go, oh, that's who I was, and blah blah. Okie dokie, But to the point, I know at some point I have wielded a sword. I was very good with archery, and nobody has ever taught me that. I've talked about this before, so I can kind of prove to myself. Nobody taught me how to shoot a bow and arrow, but I can take this not a compound, but curved bow, and go outside and be really close with very little practice, which is uncanny to me. I just kind of have that knowledge, and I don't know where it came from. Um, certain things come naturally to me. The same thing with other people. So I look at my, jack of all trades and go, well, was I a carpenter at some point? must have. Um, well, I don't know about an electrician, but I have done that. Not so good at that as I am other things, but still pretty good. My house hasn't burned up. I wired my own house. So, but it feels like that there are other things that knowledge that I've attained. Like I'm really good in the woods and certain things and blah blah blah, and so I do believe I was a pioneer. But was I Daniel Boone or Davy Crockett? I ain't going there because there are a lot of other pioneers. So, but anyway, um, Project Skyfall. One of the things that I can tell you is that I was a white man who was a mofo of the ugliest, and I had taken a squaw. Do not use this term around Native Americans, but this is how I was. I took a squaw about the time of the Trail of Tears, her and her daughter, because the man was dead. Now, this is what I've gotten. And that I was brutal because they were Native Americans and scum. But I took her because I needed a housewife. I took her because I needed something to, screw, and that was about it. But there really wasn't any love involved or anything like that. And I am here this time around to learn from my mistakes and to learn what a butthole I was in this previous life and to correct it. So this task this time for me, and it happened near this piece of property where I'm at right now. Too many things are coincide. So this was written in my history a long time ago, and I've changed it many times, and I ended up back here. But the lesson was that I abused, I didn't know it right at first, but after living here and other people seeing ghosts and having conversations it's been a wild ride, let me tell you, that I was a real mofo and that I'm here this time to try to bring peace to this land. There is a Native American who's buried at the top of the hill up here, I think on my property by a couple of feet. And so there is a history on this property and that goes way back. Um, so I think there was a battle and people died right here on this land around here because of all the short story is my neighbor, we shared the property line up there by the road, and this has been years ago, but his mother was getting very old, and she had a trailer, and he wanted to move her closer. So there was already a spot on his property, and but he took a backhoe and just scraped it, to level it off. And when he did, he uncovered over 250 arrowheads, and I'm talking about broadheads. They were blades this long, made out of flint, and he had broken a couple. But then, as soon as he uncovered what was there, he stopped and started digging. 250. Some of these spear points, honest to God, were like 16 inches long and in perfect condition. The only way Native Americans would do that is of someone of great importance died there or was buried there. And it's like 10 feet from my property line. Okay. So, and many of us have seen the ghost of a warrior on this property. Just not myself, but somebody say, "Man, I see spirits on your place." Yeah, well, like what? Well, I thought I saw an Indian. Yeah, you did probably. Chopping off heads. Yeah, but anyway, so my lesson this time around was to learn Native peoples. And what I did not understand in a previous life, I had to really understand in this life. Now, it was my choice to become a shaman in training, not just learn what a butthole I was in this previous life, but to go beyond that. And the spirits here were quite angry with me for quite a while because they felt like I was trying to prove something to them that, you know, I would been such a butthole in the previous life, and they knew who I was in this life through my spirit, right? So with my alcoholism and drug addiction and all that, which there was a period of time on this property I had to deal with, um, the property and the addictions and the alcoholism. So the spirits here thought that I was faking it. And I mean, there was some abuse and pain, and I got hurt several times. And I realized that the only way to prove who I really wanted to be from the knowledge that I've learned up to this point to try to heal that which I had created many moons ago so that I could pass on this life without the crutch of being bringing forth the now that's still in me. Those experiences are still there. So I can't wipe it clear, but I can clean the mess up, you know. So I'm here this time to be even more respectful to the earth, to learn to understand more about the critters and the land and the trees and the connection and all of that. And that's why, for my own self, I understand how important it is because the spirits have calmed down. They're not attacking me anymore. And so I think that simply by, because I understood there was, me and Gray Wolf had this conversation. And I said, it's going to require a lot of blood, literally, to appease the gods and the spirits on this piece of property. And I have done a blood sacrifice, I have done a fire sacrifice. And, but only by being here after having been through all these trials and tribulations and still honor creator and still honor the universe and still give thanks and praise for that which I have. And it's not a lot. I mean, I got a lot of junk, but to the point though, it's like, but it doesn't, I've realized that all these things that I have only matter in if I need to go use a tool for something, but the rest of it is like, it's just stuff. I can't take any of it with me. So, but in the spirit of things, that's what I take with me. It's that feeling inside that says, I've made progress. Now, there's still some injury to those folks that have been trapped here in this plane in an old reality. And I found out by accident that, I can thank or curse, Google Earth, but there's a church down here. Zion Grove Church Road is where I live, so it's the Zion Grove Church. Across the river, the other side, is New Bethel Church. Now, they both have cemeteries. Now, many, 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 many years ago, there was a bunch of us that were doing a ceremony down in what I call the circle down there in the back. And we all saw a portal that kind of sort of looked like, without the frame, it's kind of sort of looked like the Stargate. And there was like this shimmering light circular kind of thing. And it really wasn't a wormhole, but there was this, and it seemed like spirits were going in and out of this. Sending my peace and love to you all. I must retire. Yeah, go, Doug. We love you. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'll see you soon. Yes. And I'm fixing to call it quits too after 4 hours and 3:13 in the morning time. At 3:20 we'll smoke. And but I was did I miss anybody that wanted a card drawn? Let me go out to that. If not, I'm going to close that off for the night. But if somebody really thinks they need a card, I'll do one more. Um, but there's stuff. It's early in the morning here, and it has been over 4 hours. But I appreciate everybody's company. I mean, there was 20 people in here for a while, and so I consider that, like, very gracious of you all. Um, but anyway, so to sort of wrap up why I feel like I'm here is, how I found the property. And that's a whole nother just long and drawn out story in and of itself. But the fact that I found this piece of property, and it's what, my granny told me before she died. She goes, "You said you were going to be a hermit and live in the woods on a river, and you got exactly what you said you were going to do when you were 4 years old." So I've known about this plan my whole lifetime. Now, I didn't know the intricacies, the ins and outs of it, because that was due to my free will. But at the same point, though, um, there were times when I thought my free will was being compromised. In other words, we want you to do this. And I'm like, oh, hell no. You want me to go and you want me to preach to people about spirituality? Me? You got to be nuts here. And it was like, so what am I doing now? But 10 years ago, I was fighting this like you would not believe. And of course, still learning a lot and still trying to understand a lot of things. But the idea, though, that, oh, holy, you want me to do what now? Well, we told you before, and you've been knowing it, but you've been avoiding this for years now. But I can also see that when the last time I had the apparitions here in my house, that I understood how serious the universe was for me to start doing this. And I understood that, whatever my place was, I needed to explore it. I needed to explore it. I still am exploring, but also to verbalize in the best way that I know how through commentary and storytelling and my life story. In that, this is how I came to these thoughts and ideas and feelings and the closeness to nature and Mother Earth and to all beings. There are times when it seems like if you really see everything around you, it could be a little daunting. So it's like, show yourselves once in a while, but there's a whole group of you here in the room with me. Okay. And that's how I feel when I go down to the river, when I'm taking pictures and I see all these orbs and stuff around me, and I go, "You're never alone. There's always something around. So that's a hard thing to kind of grasp. And for a lot of people to swallow, what, there's orbs around me? There are spirits? Yes. So about the back to the portal thingy and the two cemeteries, I looked on Google Earth and drew a map. Uh, drew a map. I drew a line from the cemetery over there across the river to the one up the hill. And son of a bitch, if I ain't dead center between the two of them. Now, what does that have to do with things? I don't really know. But I mean, give or take a few feet, my property is still very close to center. Now, is it the center of where we saw that portal? Not quite sure about that, but it is in the general area, which surprised the crap out of me. So, and the portal thing happened like 30 years ago. So it's only through the wisdom of observation and my knowing what I know then and seeing things and transpire, etc. And then, like, okay, so there's a lot of energies, a lot of entities in and out and around, back and forth, that are still wandering around that haven't made it to the other side. They haven't made the transition. And so some of those spirits are not very nice because I knew them when they were alive. And in the spirit world, I'd want to drive a stake through their heart kind of thing. You know what I mean? But we have to, allow for those things. But anyway, after 4:14 and it's 3:18 a.m. Thank you, Sky Falls. Regine, sharing is caring. Yeah. And every one of you brings something to the table. And the fact that you all get along, you're there in the chat room while I'm running my mouth, it is a blessing to me for you guys. I mean, it's like if I'm just the room moderator and y'all get to chat and I didn't have anything to say, okay. It's the fact that we are consciously participating in the universe. And that I could say, thank you, Amanda. I could say that our intentions, if not the same, are at least closely related. And so, those of us, regardless of how we say our prayers, if our intention to the universe is for goodness and light, every single one of us is singing the whale song. I'm gonna bring all these cards in, the mouse, scrutinizes what's going on around us. Now, not, mouse sometimes, looks too close at home. But in expanding our spirituality, then mouse has to be able to experience the planet, the solar system, and to scrutinize the greater things, not just the lesser things. And whale have being the floating library of all knowledge, that's where our Akashic records are located. And so, in what we want to understand and to learn, and has been said through many cards, but not tonight, but whale said it, and I think also one of the other cards too, maybe it was Al, but in that the answers that we seek are in the silence. So a lot of people still have too much chatter in their heads, which there's a lot going on. Now, this is not an excuse, it's the truth. So a lot of people have a lot of chatter in their heads and they don't know what to do about it. They don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to calm it down. They don't know whether to let it run or to try to stop it. I mean, a lot of confusion just in how to deal with what they're dealing with. That's all. It's basic in that. But with all the complications and children and people and events and everything. But I think what a lot of people are learning, I mean, this last snowfall, people are kind of thinking twice about a lot of stuff, you know. But here's one of the things that we need to look back on and go, and I mean this in sort of a theatrical means. Them poor sons of bitches down in Texas now, they really had to put up with some shit. Okay. With that same thought. But think about what the pioneers went through in Texas when it snowed. Think about the people that was in Donner's Pass. Think about it's these ain't the first time we've had snowfalls, okay? And the dust storms back in the 30s. My God. So we think our trials and tribulations are unique, but I studied the Dust Bowl back. It was back in the day. I was folk singer and all that kind of stuff. Was listening to Woody Guthrie, This land is your land, this land is my land, from the California to the New York Island, from the Gulf Stream waters to the Redwood Forest. This land was made for you and me. Okay, Woody Guthrie. So, as I was walking that ribbon highway, the reason he's walking the ribbon highway is because he's been displaced because of the dust storms in Oklahoma and out west in Texas and places. So, but and he used to sing in the work camps and places and where the people were displaced from the dust storms and everything. You know, so but in learning about Woody Guthrie, and just and then realizing that that's how he got famous was because he went around to these workers camps and and he when he walked the ribbon highway. That's in the song, right? I saw above me, this land was made for you and me. Sky rockets in flight. Yep. Love is like a butterfly, a rare and gentle thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. You know, one of these nights I'm going to, I swear to you, and I have made progress over here in the corner. I now have more room to pull out my guitars and so forth. And now that I have the new modem, so I'm going to try a musical interlude with some old folk songs, Woody Guthrie and stuff like that, and see if I get caught. You know, for those of you who were with me that radio night that I did, I played a song before the thing cut out and everything that was "Fool on a Hill" by the Beatles, right? And of all the years I've been with YouTube, I've never done that, right? And so I didn't play a record. It was an old recording that was on a hard drive that I pulled up and played it through the speakers. So it didn't even play internally. It came out the speakers and back through the microphone. So it didn't go through the sound card, per se. Um, and they flagged me on it. They caught it and said, "No, we can't let you see this because of copyright." Now, how they know that I was playing that song? That it was the Beatles song? But here's the thing: if you play their music, there's a copyright. Uh, I mean, if you play a recording of theirs, but if you sing or play the music yourself, it goes way down. Now, if you do it for money, then they nail you for copyright and they want to cut of the thing. I know all about this, worked in radio and everything. So I just figured that, it's been, 50 years since they, well, maybe 45 years. No, anyway, since they did Fool on a Hill, but the copyright is still live. So, anyway, and it used to be 20 years, but then they extended it to the life of the author plus 10 or 20 years or whatever it is. Because there were people who said, well, anyway, I won't go into that. But my intention is, though, that there are a lot of good old songs, that I don't think I would get copyrighted on, that I love to play with the guitar. I'm still trying to find my harmonicas, which I have not located yet. Don't know where they are. Um, I've been cleaning up so much, feels so good, but it's time to play some music again. And for myself, who used to play music all the time, and it's very rare now that I do, I need to change that and the balance in myself. Not so much that I want to, do a video with y'all and play some music, but y'all have talked about it. I played a little bit one night, so it's like, why not? Right? What the hell? So let's share it. We can all sing along, and Michelle, you can be doing it in the background, and everybody can be singing along, and we can have a hoot nanny, as we used to say in back in the day. So simply to bring joy. not about how good or bad I am or, blah, blah, blah. No, it's about the joy of just hanging out and sharing and playing some music and changing the vibration, you know. And I need to bring that back into my life, which has been, for whatever reason, it's one of the doors that got closed in my brain. There was the puppets that are, they're still behind me. And I've been, thinking of little skits and stuff. Things that I did back then don't seem appropriate now. So I got to get my creative brain to think of some new, skits and stuff. Um, well, I lit up 2 minutes early, and now it's 3:29. So I guess I'll light this again. Great white grape. But so I think all of us, if you've been feeling a little sluggish, now I know this doesn't apply to everybody, but if you're feeling a little sluggish, find some tunes that'll, get you. I got a CD over there that I made of just all kinds of stuff. I mean, there's Janis Joplin, there's not Iggy, but anyway, let's get together and feel all right. I can't think of his name, but and Bing Crosby and uh, Dean Martin, trailer for sale or rent, rooms to rent 50 cents. No phone, no food, no pets. I ain't got no cigarettes, but 2 hours of a pushing broom buys a. Anyway, Bob Marley, thank you. Project Skyfalls. I knew if I hum a few bars. 5-man electric band. Yeah. When I was upstairs cleaning, um, I people have owed me money over the years, and they're like, "Hey, I'm going to leave you my guitar. Okay, you know where it is. You can take it with." No, no, no. I'm. So they didn't sell it to me. They pawned it to me, and so I've got like 3 guitars that I bought, and there's like 3 or 4 others here, and I was like, "What?" I can't remember where I picked them up, but one of them, and with it's got a little amp and everything with it, and fine little electric guitar. And I was like, man, I need to put new strings on this one and sit down and just do a little bit of. One of the things that I'm not a lead player, never have been, never really wanted to be. A lot of rhythm, but what I've always liked. Here's my slide. It's an old Coke bottle from way back, but slide guitar, dobro kind of style, some blues, and but this being able to do this thing with my fingers, I've tried, and I'm not a lead player. My fingers will not go in the same place every time. I'm trying to do this thing. Nah. So I've learned that, but I can play chords, and I can play some tunes. I've learned, I have developed over the years. So, and when I had the accident with the last headbang, um, that door got shut. So it's still in there because I could sit down for a few minutes with the guitar, and songs will just start pouring out of my head. I mean, I know hundreds of songs, and I have played it, for folks for at parties and after, cast parties and so forth, a lot back in the day. And that was back in the day when there were a lot of bluegrass festivals that were going on down here in the South. I mean, once a weekend, somewhere there was a bluegrass festival. That might be in somebody's backyard, but there was a festival, and people would come from all around with with banjos and guitars and bass fiddles and and fiddles, and oh my god, washboards, you name it, cloggers, everything. So but That is a thing of the past. It's history, which is a shame because some we used to be able to go to like Coney Grove up around Cordele, and they had one over in Hayhira, the Great Hayhira Pick-In. And for those who don't remember, it's like the guy who sang Ahab, the Arab, the king of the burning sands. Um, Rides on a camel named Clyde. Anyway, Ray Stevens. He grew up around here. And so, in some of his songs, he was always talking about, the great Hey Hira, whatever, right? And so they had the Hey Hira Pick-In, and he used to, Albany, Georgia is just up the road, but, he hung out there. But, Ray Stevens was, he knew all about Hey Ira, Georgia, and sang about it. Where in the hell is Hey Ira? Well, if you're going up and down the interstate, there's a sign that says Hey Ira, and they have a bumblebee festival there every year, which, there's like 10 people in the parade. But it's a nice little community, South Georgia town, but nothing special there in Hey Ira. But they used to have a really good pick-in, and it would last all weekend, be from Friday to Sunday, and you could go and camp out, and they had toiletry kind of things, and uh there was very rarely ever anybody that got in a fight. I mean, just and there'd be hundreds of people there, and there'd be some drinking and some smoking out in the back pasture kind of thing, but nobody, about this time of year down in Tallahassee, they used to have a big blues festival down there on a place out in the country out there, Bradfordville, and they don't do that anymore. I got to, sit next to, oh man, he's a little short guy too. Not When a Man Loves a Woman. Is that right? I think so. Yeah. There were several black artists there, and a group from Louisiana. There was the gentleman, I'm trying to think of his name, that goes way back to the late 60s, you know, uh, smoked a cigarette with him and hung out with his guitar, and, while they were playing, it was great. But, the Bradfordville Blues Festival, that it ain't there no more. So there used to be a lot of good stuff that went on down here. I miss it a lot, have been really close to on stage. There's a place, I think it's still open down in Tallahassee, called the Moon. And um, Arlo Guthrie used to go there, once a year he'd pass by like on his route and stop and play. Very intimate. I mean, it's like 15 feet to the other end of this room where the TV is. And I'd be sitting that close to, Arlo singing Alice's Restaurant back in the day. So it's like a lot of good groups. Willie Nelson's been there. I missed Willie though when he was there, but they don't have the concerts like they used to. I've seen a lot of folks, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Young wasn't with them. Buddy Guy at Tallahassee, they had a blues festival in the Civic Center. They had Buddy Guy, and people didn't like, who's Buddy Guy? It was like, you've never heard of Buddy Guy? Well, he opened the show, and BB King closed it. And the guy in between was that skinny little kid from Austin, Texas, and he blew the doors off. But the thing that I remember most about what um, oh crap, Buddy Guy did was his guitar had a wireless on it, so he walked out up the aisle and out into the concession area out there, kept playing. His band stayed on stage. He went all the way upstairs to the mezzanine area where there were kids and people in wheelchairs, and he let them play his guitar. The band never missed a beat. It went on. He was making the chords and he was showing the kids, and we were all looking. We were across from him, so we could see the whole deal. And people in the audience couldn't see, but we were up a little higher and could see right across. But he was letting these kids and people play his guitar live. Uh, and it was like, and then he walked back downstairs and came back out on stage. And they never missed a beat, never missed a beat. And I was like, I will forever love Buddy Guy. I loved his music anyway, but for what he did in his performance, it was just like, I couldn't believe it. My hat's off to those kind of people, you know? For example, for my birthday several years ago, it's been like 15, Bad Company was in town and got really good seats, not too far from the stage. And I was watching these guys, you know, and having been on stage myself, you can see people in the audience. Well, after the show, we went to the local bar at Bullwinkle's down there in Tallahassee, and I don't know if it's still there, but they had this upstairs bar type open area, right? So we were up there sitting in the corner, and two of the guys from Bad Company, the bass player and the lead singer dude, were sitting at a table there. And I was like, dude, man, those are the guys from Bad Company. And I didn't want to go over and bother him. And one guy turned and I waved at him. I know he saw me in the audience because it was like, I don't know why, but I was impressed by their playing and how tight they were. So I waved to him from our table over there, but I'd be like, you know, so there were people who were gracious, and then there were people who were like, get away from me, you know. But so I've found over the years that the people I have met, you know, entertainers and otherwise, I wish I could remember that guy that sang Man Loves Buddy Holly. Wait, maybe somebody said, and I wasn't watching. Oh, I'm not kidding, Project. What I tried to do years ago, um, was I have all the equipment. You, I have speakers. I have PA systems. It was all because of puppetry, most of it. But I've got microphones. I've got like 8 or 9 microphones. Uh, all other kinds of. Uh, okay, I just went back up. Um, Percy Sledge. That's who it was. Percy Sledge was one of the entertainers there, and I could have reached out and touched him while he was singing. I was that close to him. I mean, you know, um, I'm having a forward date checked in physical therapy. Gave them my last name first, but you know, it's a positive slogan. Yep. So, but yeah, I know. I got a little stoned at the end of this. This is my wind down period of just telling a story because y'all are still hanging out with me. But you know, uh, it's those types of things that it wasn't like I would regularly do it, but I would make sure that I would. You know, if there was somebody going to be playing, and if I could afford it, and you know, there were times when my friends couldn't afford to go, and I would buy their ticket so they could go. And part of it was because, you know, I was selfish in that, you know, I didn't want to go by myself. But at the same time, you know, my good friends, I'm like, you know, don't worry about it. Well, I'll pay you back. I don't care. You know, I've saved up enough money. We're going to go to this concert. I was thinking of Crosby, Stills, and Nash in Tallahassee. And, um, so I just, you know, I don't know, they were about, I don't know, $20 a piece. So, and we were a little bit higher up, but you know, we had a perfect view of the three of them from like it would be stage right and up just a little bit, but we could see everything where other people. I thought we had good seats, you know. But yeah, that was a really good concert with Crosby, Stills, and Nash. One of the songs when I'd get together with a bunch of people, everybody always wanted to play Wooden Ships. Wooden ships on the water, very free and easy. Easy, you know the way it's supposed to be. You saw Neil Young live? Yeah, I missed him. Yeah, one of my favorite songs is Southern Cross. When you see the Southern Cross for the first time, you understand just why you came that way. Yeah, Neil Young. Um, okay, Michelle, we were talking about this the other night, and I thought it reminded me of a Neil Young song. Didn't he? In it was after he left Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Um, and it might have been not the first album, but the second. Um, but he there was a song called "A Man Needs a Maid." Is that true? I mean, I could look it up on the internet, but yeah, the truth you might be running from is so small, but it's as big as the promise of the coming day. Years ago, up in they played down in Miami and a couple of places. They played in Tampa once, so they played like Atlanta, Tampa, Jacksonville, and the name of the band was called Duck Butter, and it wasn't necessarily a local band because Atlanta to Miami is a long way, but they were very much like the Dr. Hook and Medicine show, right? I got a freaky old lady named a Cocaine Katie who embroiders on my jeans. My poor gray haired daddy driving my limousines. I got all the money, I got all the friends that money can buy, so I never have to be alone. But we keep getting richer, but we can't get our picture on the cover of the Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, gonna see my picture on the cover. Anyway, but Duck Butter, they had a song. They had several songs that I loved. When they was around, I was like, yeah, let's go. But they wrote a song that was called Roller Derby Queen. And it was right along, if Shel Silverstein, who passed away not too long ago, but he wrote Sylvia's mother, and the operator said 40 cents more for the next 3 minutes. Please, Mrs. Avery. Yep. Uh, I want to be Rolling Stone. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Yeah. You know, the house on Pooh Corner, going all that way back. Christopher Robbins and I often wrote da 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 da. But yeah, the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Um, some of those old songs, and oh man, I was trying there. Some of the I'm was never too much in the into the Allman Brothers back in the day. Now I learned more about Southern rock bands, but when I was in Tampa, Allman Brothers weren't really like I went to Jethro Tull concerts and seen I've been to 3 Jethro Tull concerts, and Thick as a Brick was like, oh my God. Uh, Trippin Pippin went to another place. Ian Anderson and the rest of them. Oh my God, what performers! Anyway, but saw Elton John. He did a tap dance on a baby grand piano in Tampa. Um, Jethro Tull, Mountain. Remember Mountain, Mississippi Queen. They were hassling some folks there, and he stopped in the middle of a song, and I can't remember the guy's name. Kind of a hefty guy, but anyway, he walks out there with his guitar, to the cops who were arresting this young hippie dude back in 1970, maybe 71. And he's like, using his guitar as a gun, shooting him. And everybody went crazy, but it was like, yeah, Mountain. And back in the day of the Tampa Jams, yeah, uh, Foreigner, yeah, Foreigner. I didn't see them. Tom, Tommy Sands, Summer. Sticks. I'm sailing away to another shore on the Virgin Sea. Anyway, one of the guys in the Sticks played with. I can't think of his name at the moment now, but anyway, he's a crazy, outrageous dude. Does the gun thing, rock and roll guy. Anyway, um, but there was a lot of controversy with him coming to Tampa, and there were a lot of women's rights groups out there because he was like for guns, and he used his crossbow during the show and shot this dummy of a deer off to the right. But anyway, you saw Dr. Hook? Oh man. For me, Duck Butter was seeing Dr. Hook, although, they weren't Dr. Hook, but they were so similar. I mean, a couple of the guys even looked like, the guys in, you know, Black Oak, Arkansas. The more I think about it, up in Albany, they had it was in Tehaw Park up there, to local park, zoo there. Um, Black something. And it was a group from way, way back, late 60s, early 70s, right? And literally was sitting on the stage drinking they were playing. I wasn't drinking at the time, but I literally just sitting there having a soda with these guys on their break, and I was like, but I can't think of their name. Yeah, I'll hear a song and go, yeah, that's them. That's the guys, but I can't remember them. But those guys were just like out to have a good time, but they were tight. Oh my God. And standing, from me to the, to the monitor here, it was just like amazing. But yeah, I guess, in a way, there are times when I think, well, I've led a sheltered life in that, because people who live in Atlanta or Tampa or whatever, there are a lot of artists that comes through. But now that I think back on some of the folks that I have had the opportunity to see, and I have forgotten a few in between here and there, but it's like, I guess, I have been to a few concerts, and I do miss. See, this is all related to, I'm trying to untie the music in my head. So me doing a little bit of a cappella of the songs is like I'm trying to open those neurons back up where all that music and all that information is stored, and bring that creativity back out, for myself and for others, sit here and talk about this stuff and, and hang out, um, drinking coffee and smoking, but, um, yeah, I had every harmonica, several types, one in every key. I know there are some harmonica players say, well, you only need one key. That's not really true. A lot of songs are just, you cannot find a tune. You might be able to pull a couple of notes but you are not going to play along with the song. That it just ain't. If you've got a D harp and you're playing in G, you might find a couple of notes in there, but it ain't the same. You got a G harp and everybody's playing in that. It sounds great, Stevie Wonder. For once in my life, I won't, not like I've heard you before. Little Stevie Wonder. You I'm sorry, I'm being rude, but I'm not. I mean, and um, one of the great kings, um, crap, was from Albany up there. Ray Stevens. You know, one of the places up there has a like a monument of Ray Stevens. Um, Couple of folks that have, the Enos from Dukes of Hazzard in the original was from down Valdosta. He still does stuff down there. Um, and way back in the day, um, Doc Holliday with you know that Masterson and them guys. I can't think of the sheriff at the moment, but anyway, Doc Holliday was from the Valdosta area over in there. So in several of the Wyatt Earp, there's several of the old Wyatt Earps that I'd love to watch, and I can't remember the guy's name to play either character, but he refers to, when I was back in Georgia, and he was a dentist. When I was back in Valdosta, I was like, holy crap, you know. So, but the legends say that he was from Valdosta, but no, he was near Valdosta. He worked but he wasn't born in Valdosta. But anyway, but so Doc Holliday, so was from Georgia and some other places. But anyway, and it was a regular thing for Jimmy Buffett had a place. He bought a plantation in Georgia, close to the Florida line. A lot of folks buy big plantations up. And him and his daughter used to come up to a restaurant. It's now a Mexican restaurant, but used to come up from Tallahassee and from up and eat at this specialty restaurant that was in town at the time, catered to anybody could go there, but they a meal was $20, period. You weren't going to get one person that was going to spend $20. Some kind of special this. We've got a salmon with a something something. And so they were catering. There are a lot of rich people around Thomasville. Everybody had tux things, and the waiters and waitresses. It was done correctly. And so people from Tallahassee would come up. But anyway, but Jimmy Buffett was one of the frequenters to there. Come to think of that. I don't know the reason. I stayed here all season. Nothing to do but this brand new tattoo. Anyway, okay. I almost made 5 hours just for you, Michelle. So, but I'm fixing to say Hendrix played with Little Richard. Oh, Little Richard. Oh my God. There is, his version of Long Tall Sally. I'm sorry, but I've got several CDs and that include Little Richard, his earlier stuff. And I think he was from Macon, and still is around Macon if he's still alive. Tattoo is a sink. But yeah, I was thinking at the blues festival that time that it was Percy Sledge that was When a Man Loves a Woman. Today I was singing patriotic songs. Well, thank you, Elder Barry. It's been nice hanging out with you too. And I often question Honestly, I do. And I was in one of those moods again today where it's like, man, they don't want me to get on again tonight, do they? But they gave me a message that seemed to, and I kept with the message for an hour and a half, and then we changed subjects. But even though in pulling the cards tonight, though, there seemed to be that same message in there that the ancients have the knowledge that we need and require. It's the ancients. And so the more people try to put this new age spin on it, it still goes back to the ancients had the knowledge. So let's not put a spin on it. It's ancient knowledge and it is available to everyone. And some of this stuff is secret simply because it hasn't been published. It doesn't mean that, this information can't be shared. Now, I have sat with a few shamans who are like, well, I do know some things, but you know, come back to me in 10 years, son. And I go, okay. But truth be told, had he tried to explain some of these things 20 years ago to me, I wouldn't have got them. I'd have looked at it and went, well, that's really interesting. How does this fit in? I mean, so he was right in that, I, I don't know how to get back in touch with him. But the thing was that 10 years later, I looked back and said, he was right, you know. So sometimes it's time and sometimes it ain't time. But like tonight, it was like, well, I don't know. Other people are going to do somebody else is going to be live and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, yeah. No, set a time. Here's the topic and show up, and it's been fun hanging out with y'all. Brandy, Regine, uh, Michelle, as always, Chloe. Elderberry. I know there's some other folks hanging out back there. You don't have to show up. Just know we love you. Thanks for listening in. And, it's like I've said before, I always wanted to do a late night talk show on radio, and I thought I'd be able to do commercials and do the DJ thing and all that kind of stuff. And I've cleaned up the office significantly. And I've got all kinds of stuff that I used to be able to play like a disc jockey. Disc jockey. You too, Isby. Thank you. Um, yeah, and this, and speaking of things being revealed, if you looked in the news lately, one of the things that seems to be a really big trend is that foldable metal that the Pentagon or whoever said they found an alien spaceship crash thingy. And so it's like um, Cliff High has discussed this in his Woo Woo series, as well as other people. And I bring this up sort of as an afterthought in this, but since you all are still here, um, let me take a puff off this almost dead cigarette. I've smoked it several times. Um, is that disclosure seems to be coming out more. I mean, they just landed another Mars rover on the planet. Yeah, and I think the Italians and somebody or maybe it was Dubai, just landed a rover on Mars. What? I mean, but there is this quote soft disclosure. Can we actually say to each other that it's not maybe a soft disclosure anymore? I mean, with all the it used to be once in a while you'd see a UFO picture. I have a UFO that shows up south of me all the time. I can't take a picture of it because it doesn't show up. I don't have the right lens to zoom in, but I observe it all the time. It's not an airplane. It's not because it'll move real slow in an hour. It ain't, it's not a satellite. I've driven south to try to find the damn thing. It's over the ocean. I know that. But a clear night the other night, it was out there glowing and doing its thing and just sitting there for the longest time. I looked through the window, took the dog out and watched it, and the next night it was over a little bit in the sky, but it was still there in the same general area where it's been for the last couple of years that I've been observing it. So it's like, no, it's not there's nothing down there. South of me is Panacea. South of me is Big Bend. South of me is the ocean. So from where my point of view of that is, I've checked it on Google Earth. So, and it was interesting because I did a video a couple of years ago where on Christmas Eve, I tried to follow this thing, right? Went all the way down to Monticello, Florida, and turned around and came back. But that was real interesting. But so I know that are UFOs because they keep showing up around here. I don't know what's so interesting down there, but there are people in other countries, there are people in other states. And so I have to believe because I keep seeing it. There's no airplane or anything that would hover for 2 hours in the same location, at the same brightness in the same spot. And then not be there for a week, and then show up and be in the same, from my viewpoint, the same location. I don't know what the hell's down there in the Big Bend, down there in the ocean. The ocean's really shallow. Now, that don't mean that they couldn't have drilled a hole somewhere down there. And but you don't see it going up and down. You see it wobble, not wobble, but move to the right, which would be the west, or sometimes it's more to the east. But it's all within a certain point of view of my view of the south from my location. So I know the damn things exist. You know, don't know if they're the good guys or the bad guys. It is suggested though that it's the good guys. I'm not sure, but whoever it is, I keep praying. I will be your friend if you don't try to eat me, or try to make me kill somebody or do something nasty. But otherwise, okay. So, in our understanding of all things, we have to understand that has to be included with our thoughts, and to not be scared. But here's the thing: if they wanted to annihilate us, they could have already done it. Now, it doesn't mean. Now, there are many of us who think that's what they're trying to do to us now, because some of these factions within the government are attached to some of these really bad and nasty entities. And, and they're the ones doing the kids and this and that and the tunnels, and they're nasty. And there's a lot of, I will use this term, pun intended, there's a lot of underground information that's out there in the public. It's just not being people are made aware of how many tunnels and things they found, how many kids they keep finding in tunnels, and the atrocities that they see, how these kids were kept, and the trauma that they've been through. And they've rescued 33, but they don't tell you how many dead ones they find, and pieces and parts. And it's like, so how much of this information do you want disclosed? You want this to kind of come out a little at the time, or do you want to see, pictures of the Holocaust? You want to see the dead bodies, or would you just rather consider that children are being saved and these places are being shut down, and people who are in charge of them or had anything to do with them are going to be taken out, down, or otherwise prosecuted? And hopefully with a military tribunal, so that there will be judges, and when you get done, they'll take them out and hang your ass or shoot you, and be done with it. No long-term jail sentences. That's horrendous against society. Out you go. That's it. You know. And we're not gonna think twice about doing it because of what you have, the horrendous things you've done to people, and especially children. And they'll never be right. So, but Simon Parks has talked about this, and recently too, in that, and there are a lot of other people, but he made a remark in that, people aren't thinking about, well, they've rescued those children, but they have no idea, the people who say that, well, they rescued the kids, and that's all, this is good. But these same people don't understand the trauma that these children have already lived through and how they're going to have to try to integrate themselves into society again, and the trauma and et cetera, and the long term. And it's like, he said this the other day in one of his updates, and I was like, that's a really good point. I mean, I kind of understood it, having been through trauma myself and so forth, and have worked with kids and folks who've been through trauma, but I hadn't really, it hasn't been that kind of trauma. It does not compare. So in having that thought, like, wow, I was traumatized, but crap, what them folks must have gone through. And some of them still are. So, we need continued prayers for that. And, but how much, going back to what y'all were saying about everything will be revealed, and things are being revealed. They are coming out. They're slipping in around the corners. There's talk about this. There's the, metal that can be folded and then springs back. They talked about what it's made out of, and there's way too much detail for it to be fake, is my point. And why would the Pentagon, after Trump signed that thing about disclosure, which is, we're still in that phase of when they were supposed to be disclosing things. So we should be in for some really interesting surprises. Some may be absolutely fantastical. Other things may be that, we've got this cloud of rocks coming at the earth, and we're going to get our ass whooped. We're going to take a beating. So, or whatever, they want to throw another disease on us, and they want to divide people and make them more scared and paranoid, take them away from the spirit. And that's what the good guys, I'm still a good guy. I still believe in that. So we keep up the good work. We follow what the cards say, and we continue. Who lives in Alabama? If you're reading this, you are special, you are loved, and you are strong, and you are needed. Every one of us. So, but anyway, not to end on a sour note, it's not a sour note because these things are coming to light. There are more people who are finding these things. It's being set on mainstream more. So the lifting of the veil continues. And we need to keep the light and keep our energy strong. And honor our pathway. I think was honor your pathway. And I think that's what we do. So Chloe and Michelle and everybody, thank you for hanging out. I made the 5 hours, Michelle, just for you. Okay. So keep up the good work, everybody. I do continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, I'm going to interrupt my prayer. Michelle, I think it was yesterday. Maybe it was earlier today, but I think it was yesterday. Man, you came into my brain so hard. And it was like, and I said something earlier, but I don't think you were on yet. But was yesterday, I don't know, did you zap me with a thought or something yesterday? Or were you thinking about, I'm just curious because it was really strong. Some of us just got to know. I don't care what it is. A yes or no will do. But anyway, no, not tonight, hon. It was yesterday afternoon sometime. And it was just like, boom, you were like really in my head. Oh, well, thank you. Well, it was especially strong yesterday, I reckon. But anyway, And but to the point though, I'm serious when I say I send out prayers to y'all every day. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, and it's important I say these prayers, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives will learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Each and every day when I put my feet on the ground and walk the dog outside to poo, I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all that you meet along the sidewalk or in a bus station, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And in that law of three, which always tickles me, I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive and share the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And that prayer goes out all the time. There are times I'm just sitting here and I go, I continue to pray. And, I might not do it 3 times, but that is a continuous prayer mantra for me every day. So y'all are in it. Chloe, thank you all. Have a good Monday, as good as we can do. And it's almost 4:20. I don't know if I got another bowl in here or not. Well, I'm going to light this, say good morning, good night. It's almost 4:20 somewhere. So, but I got to get my tired ass up. I got things I want to do tomorrow before it rains. We're supposed to have rain again tomorrow, but at least the river's down below 15 feet. But anyway, I love you all. Thank you. Stay safe, stay warm, to stay as dry as you can. And if the water starts coming up, get in the boat. That's all there is to it. Love you all. Till next time. Okay. And be well, my friends. TTFN from South Georgia, and Michelle Ween to all y'all out there. We love you. Bye.